Hey, how y'all doing? This is a random live stream technically, because I was getting some videos and then I saw some comments and different things of the sort. So I'm like, whatever. I'll just, do a unscheduled live, even though technically the lives aren't really scheduled. But as we can clearly see, the title of the live, because I know a lot of people pop in and be like, "Yo, what's the subject?" So the title of the live is "Why So Much Energy for Black Americans." So within the videos that you're going to be able to see directly in front of you, some of which I've already covered directly on the channel. So we're going to put those back up for folks who may not have seen or ran into those videos. Um, or, again, to have further conversation for those who were not able to leave a comment directly on the video at the point in time. And then we'll also have some newer videos that again will be added to the long short form content directly on the platform as well. But again, we got a lot of nonsense, a lot of chicanery, a lot of foolishness. Yo, Bushido, what is up? What is up? What is up? So some people may remember this woman here. She actually made a part two. She made a part two to her original to this original video. So we will probably, cut, in and out and splice some stuff together, in a live stream to make things go a little bit smoother so that people can get a full-fledged understanding of the comments that people want to say. And again, I want to specifically mention that the people that will be showcased are either they're of the islands. So it's either primarily Haitian or it could be Caribbean or a mixture of both. So let's listen to what this Haitian woman had to say.
It's so funny today. I was on TikTok. I saw this black lady talking about Haitian go back home, and they were saying you didn't build nothing here. Go back and build your own country. I need her to rephrase what she said about your own country part. Yes, lady. Yeah, we have our own country. We have a country to go back to. What are you going back to? Because a Trump pretend like he likes you guys. Some of white people think you pretend like they like you guys. Some, but guess what? When the one day the table will turn, when they ask you to go back home, they're gonna ask you to go back home one day. Okay, lady, they're gonna ask you to go back home one day. The table will turn. Okay.
I mean, America.
So right, we heard that, right? So again, you had the Haitian woman. She wanted to basically state that Trump doesn't like us, the United States. You're stating stuff that Black Americans already know. We've grown here, we've been here generationally, we have history here, both orally voiced or written down, combination of both in documentaries and everything of the sort. We know how the United States government sees and views us, right? That's not really our main concern at this moment in time because y'all decided to put yourselves to the forefront, right? So instead of us being able to just focus directly on the government and everything that's taking place, you decided, as always, to step directly in for white folks, right? And y'all wanted to be that little barrier. And now you want to go in this back and forth directly with Black Americans. But the thing that she forgets about is the fact that you have a lot of folks here that are from elsewhere and they never wanted to be considered, deemed, or seen as Black. They always wanted to call themselves, so if they're Haitian, Haitian, Jamaican, Jamaican, African, African, and so on and so on and so on, right? None of these folks ever wanted to be considered Black. All of a sudden, when things start getting tight, when the walls start closing in, now all of these people want to start getting online talking about, like, we're all Black. We're all this, we're all together. This is not just hurting Haitians, it's hurting everybody. No, this is specifically hurting you. They didn't say that TPS was ending for Black Americans. Somebody show me real quick online where the United States government was like, yo, Black Americans, TPS is about to end for you. It never happened and it never will. We don't have TPS. But yet these are the same folks who wanted to sit up there and get online earlier and wanted to state that, oh, Black Americans, y'all don't have no culture. Y'all didn't fight for nothing. Y'all lazy. Y'all didn't do anything. Y'all don't do anything for this country. Y'all just jealous and mad at us because we're working and we're getting all of these things that you've been in this country for such and such years and haven't gotten anything. But as soon as we get here, we automatically got what it is that y'all wanted. And I'm like, you do understand that all of that gloating and everything is going to backfire, and it's not what it seems, right? Number one, let me just correct you. The reason why the United States government is giving you handouts, and it is handouts, is because they know that whatever they do for you, they can easily take back. So any Haitians that have to leave the United States, your house is staying here, your car is staying here. More than likely, anything that is directly in that home is staying there, and your bank account is more than likely staying here. So they can give you all of these niceties because they know that they can easily take it back, just like they took back that TPS status, like we set up there and told a lot of y'all that the United States government is going to do. When you no longer are serving a purpose that they need you to serve, they're going to get rid of you. We told y'all this. So now when the blowback happens, y'all want to get online and y'all want to start doing this rah, rah, rah. I'm just trying to figure out, like, why is it that a lot of these folks don't have the energy for white people? Why they don't have this energy for the white government? That's all I'm trying to figure out. Why is it that all of these folks got all of this energy for Black Americans? We didn't vote for this, right? Right? We didn't vote for this. Y'all had a lot of Black Americans up out here, right? That was like, hey, and the reason I said y'all is for this very specific reason. Y'all had a lot of Black Americans that specifically voted Democrat. They specifically voted blue, right? Like I told people before, I don't got no dog in this race. So, I'm going to stay my Black self back and let the cards fall where it may, right? But a lot of Black Americans voted directly for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, the Democrats more than likely would have been the ones that would have enabled the TPS status to stay for another, 4, 5, 10, or whatever years, right? But that didn't happen because, again, you had a lot of other immigrants that decided to do what? They decided that they wanted to vote against TPS. They wanted to vote against whatever it is that the Democrats specifically put in place in order to benefit and help specifically y'all, because whatever the Democrats were doing was not there to help out Black Americans. I need people to understand this. You saw throughout the Obama and the Biden administration, laws and everything getting passed for, the Dreamers Act, DACA, immigration, and all this other type of thing. Democrats are doing everything possible in order to facilitate the means to keep immigrants here, right? And to enable them to stay here. The Republicans are like, hey, we're getting rid of all of this. We're going to pack all of y'all up. Y'all served y'all purpose. We no longer basically need you. We're going to do America first, and we're going to get you up out of here so that we can now get white Americans directly into these jobs and these facilities so that, we can start doing what we normally do. You were used, and you're still being used, and you don't even understand it, because now that y'all doing this back and forth, right, the distraction, you're being used in order to cause, in a sense, a civil unrest, because that's what they're hoping for. Because you're too deaf, dumb, and stupid to actually realize the history within the United States, because you ain't properly been taught no strategy or no history of the United States and how white people in the government have specifically been going after Black Americans by way of using other quote unquote minorities directly up out here. And y'all falling right directly in front of that trap on purpose. And then y'all get online and y'all want to sit up there and try to tell Black Americans like, oh, hey, Black Americans, this is not just going to end with us. The Trump administration, they're going to sit up there and get rid of all of you. They're going to sit up there and send you back. And then Black Americans are like, so where are they going to send us back to? And then y'all think that y'all got to one up. Well, that's the whole question, because you guys don't even know where it is that you come from. We come from the United States, born and raised, bred. So I guess if you had a Black American that moved from New York to LA, I guess the United States is gonna be like, all right, we're going to deport you from LA back to New York. If you had a Black American family that moved from down south up to Detroit, Michigan, they'll be like, all right, we're going to deport you back down south to Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Atlanta, Florida, Oklahoma. Like, come on now. Like I said, this is the most craziest thing. And again, these are the same people that go directly into Black communities, and they want to sit up there and say that Black Americans don't have no culture, we don't work, we're lazy, we're on Section 8 government assistance and all. Like I said, they take the same talking points that white America's been pushing for years, and they take it on as if they didn't just invent it or found something new, which is completely crazy. But as stated before, the only reason that y'all are able to sit here and even talk the way that y'all talk to Black Americans is because of us. We are, again, that foundation. Without us, there would be no you here. Historically speaking, there would be no you here. But like I said, people don't want to pay attention to that. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the next video that this lady. We're going to come back to the rest of the video, but we're going to look at the newer video that she just put out, which is basically a part 2 to this video here. So let's look at it.
You guys are pathetic. You guys are funny. I can't believe how you come up here and do my post talking. I don't give a how you feel. How none of you feel. Hey, I don't give a I know one thing. We're not crying because they say, I am not crying because they say the Haitian have to leave. And you're talking about this is your home. If you say this is your home, I guess it's my home too, huh? Remember where you guys came from. Remember you guys. Okay, let's not go there. Because if you know your history well enough, you would understand that this is none of our home. This country doesn't belong to none of us. And another thing, I'm pretty sure that Native Indian are looking at you guys like you're stupid as Go home. This is my home. You don't have a home. You don't have a home. You don't have a home. You were born here, and I've heard the way the Caucasian talk about you guys. You know, I heard how they talk about you guys. Y'all put work into this country. We put work into it too. We fought for this country. We help them fight. We help them fight. Yeah, you have built it. We have built it too. The talking about going home. I'm not jealous of anything. The only thing that I know you guys are jealous of is because the Haitian achieved that you guys spend your whole entire life here, you'll never achieve.
So let me just stop it right there. You know the craziest part? I'm just trying to figure out what have Haitians done here promptly in this timeline of 2026 that Black Americans have never done or accomplished in this country ever. Because I'm like, we got millionaires, we got a few billionaires directly up out there, right? Multi-millionaires. We got Black Americans that have businesses, buy up the block, have land, have homes, right? Got successful families, educated families, right? We got, Black colleges, HBCUs, right? Even in a certain place down south, you got a Black car maker where he turns your standard issue cars into electric cars, right? We got Black inventors. So I'm a little bit confused. And then on top of that, historically speaking, creation wise, we've added a lot into the United States, right? So I'm just trying to figure out at what point in time in history is she talking about where Haitians came directly to this country and they're just doing things that Black Americans just never seen before, never done, never even thought of. I can't give you anything. I can't point to anything at this point in time. And this is the ridiculousness that I keep talking about. And this is why we have to keep doing this back and forth and keep having this conversation, because you got representatives like this that want to get online and basically talk for the whole of the group, want to be a representation for the whole of the group. Like I said, and the main thing, this is why I respect certain immigrants that are directly out here, because there was a video I did before where it was an African woman and she stated that she was here for about, I want to say maybe 20 or whatever years. I think she got naturalized, right? Cool, no problem. She didn't cut in front of the line like everybody else did, right? This is why I consider the TPS status, because you got other people that are waiting to become naturalized citizens where they wait in the line for several years. They got to go through this arduous task of knowing this and knowing that and just wait in the line up until, their ticket gets called. Again, I don't have no problem with that. You're not cheating. You're not cutting in front of other people that have been waiting for years in order to get here. As I stated before, the TPS status, that's cheating. That's cheating other people that are calmly waiting, patiently waiting with their families, by themselves, or a combination of both, to get into the United States, quote unquote, the land of the free, the promised land, so that they can have a better life here. Like I said, I don't have no problem with that. People who sit back and they wait in line and they do the things that America tells them to do, I don't got no problem with that. When you got people that feel like they are automatically owed something because they were on a temporary status, and they feel that they should receive the first priority, that's where I got a problem, because you're cheating other people out of their spot, literally. TPS is a temporary protection status. That means temporary. That means that it's not going to be here for a lifetime. It's not going to be here forever. And as the other lady who was an African immigrant, like she said, she was like, yo, how are you here for like 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 years and you didn't get your paperwork in order? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because all of this anger that you see these people having online about Black Americans, I'm just trying to figure out. And again, I'm not talking about the young folks. I'm not talking about the young ones that just got here, like the 6, 7, 8, or the teenagers or whatnot or whatever. I'm not talking about them, because somebody else should be doing the paperwork for them and making sure that all of their stuff is straight. I'm talking about for the grown adults who are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s and 60s. You done been here for 20 plus something odd years, 25, 30 some plus odd years. And you mean to tell me that you never, ever got your paperwork in order, but you was like, I'm not going to do my paperwork. But the most important thing is, let me start a business. Let me buy a car. Let me buy a house. And then the most egregious one, let me start a family. You're going to start a family before you become an official citizen in the United States. So again, you're trying to cheat your way in order to get citizenship by having kids here, because you know that that's going to make them American. So by way of that, because they're young, you're going to be needed here to take care of them. So you can link yourself directly to that and sort of kind of be an American citizen. Again, you cheated your way here. So you cheated your way with TPS, which is, again, temporary status. And then you cheated your way again by sitting up there creating a family, which you should not have created, because the main thing that you should have done when you were in this land, when you were in the United States, when you were running and fleeing, however it is that you want to say, you should have made sure to get your paperwork in order. You have more than enough time to sit up there and do this. You have more than enough time. Nobody can give me a valid reason or an excuse why it took you 20, 25, 30, or whatever years to get your paperwork in order. You're not going to tell me that your life was that hectic and that busy that you were like, that's not a priority for me. What? That's your whole life. That paperwork is your whole life. That can make or break your situation. And now you know and understand how important that paperwork is. But because you didn't want to make it a priority, you want everybody else to make your situation, of which you put yourself in, you want everybody else to make that their priority. And you want everybody else to speak and fight directly for you. For what? You didn't care about yourself enough. You didn't care about your family enough. You didn't care about your money or your business enough to get your paperwork in order. Why should we specifically care? That's all I'm saying. And then you get online like this and you want to start talking all greasy. And you want to sit up there and say that you built this country. I didn't cheat my way in order to get into these United States. I was born here. I was raised here. So was my family, and the family before that, and so on and so on and so on. I'm not an immigrant. I didn't run or flee anywhere. So to sit up there and say and make an egregious comment to state that you put more work than Black Americans, or you did the same amount of work, that you are just as valuable, is ridiculous. Because like I said before, if there were no Black Americans here, you would not be here. All of these, like I said, the civil rights, that's not because of Haitians. Excuse me? The Black Panther Party, that's not because of Haitians. The many other miles that Black Americans have walked, the many fights that Black Americans have had directly here, the amount of revolts that have happened historically when it deals with slavery and so on and so on and so on, that's not because of Haitians, that's because of us. So to come here and say that you got the exact same stake and you got the exact same skin in the game, if not more, is egregious and ridiculous. This is why y'all are getting all of this stuff online when it comes directly from Black Americans, because you are calling forth all of this. Because I want to make a note to a lot of people. You will see directly over the content, if you've been here, long enough, that I've done quite a bit of content on Asian Americans, right? When it deals with the boycott and everything of the sort. Asians have cooled down. So there's no reason for me to, in a sense, keep talking about the Asian community. They stopped doing a lot of those videos. Somebody must have got and went through that community. It was like, hey, we got to stop, really antagonizing and saying egregious and inflammatory and incendiary, comments and statements about Black Americans. Let's sit up there and just pull back and just shut up. And they did that. So like I said, cool. They understood, they registered that, and they're just going to sit up there and cool down to the side. They got to a lot of the content creators are like, hey, we need y'all to shut up. We need y'all to cool down because this is actually having an effect. Right. But now we're right back here when it deals with Haitians and many other people that want to throw their hat directly in this conversation. And they want to start doing this back and forth with Black Americans. And it's crazy. This is about the second or third time the Haitians have gotten online, started talking about Black Americans when your temporary status was always in limbo. Like, this is not the first time, and it won't be the last time. Like I said, this is crazy. People gotta really understand this. Like, hey, if it came to the point in time that people really wanted to work together, all you have to do is just be respectful. All you have to understand is like, hey, if you come directly into such and such community, just be respectful. Don't start talking like this. Don't start talking slick. Don't start talking greasy out of your mouth. Don't sit up there and get online on your podcast or other people's podcasts and start sitting up there talking about like, hey, the reason that we don't respect Black Americans is because us as Haitians, we sat up there and fought, for our freedoms and yada, yada, yada. And we sit up there and look at you Black Americans like, what did y'all really do? What did y'all really fight for? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, did you not look at the history of the United States, the amount of things that transpired and took place here? Like I said, it's 100% crazy directly about here. But let's continue with the lady.
Jealous for what? Go home. I'm home just like you're home. Just like you're home. I'm home too. Okay, TPS is done. I'm not crying for TPS, whatever, but it's have the audacity coming up here talking about you guys go home when you're a Black person and you're acting like this. The white people treat you as worse, as bad. Who you call this home? You were born here. These white people treat you guys as worse. When something happened, you know how they treat you guys. You guys know that.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about my community. Oh, we're taking over. This is what we're taking over. They didn't come here to stay. They come here to get our leave. You don't have to push up. You don't have to push that back.
So let me hold on. So going from the horse's mouth, right? She said that everybody who was Haitian, they just came here to get their stuff and leave. But I'm like, so why would you be on temporary status since George W. Bush Jr.? Because I want people to realize, because I didn't think about this at all. I think I listed this in a previous video and in the comment section. A lot of these folks been having temporary statuses for quite a few presidencies. You can even take it back to, again, George Bush Jr. and look at the immigration and everything that was going on there. Again, some of these people have been here for so long, but they opted to not get their stuff together. And now she's sitting up here saying that, oh, we just came here to like get a little bit of stuff and leave. So what's the problem then? If you came here to get your stuff and leave, why are you mad that the United States government is like, hey, your temporary status is over? Why y'all sitting up there getting online and on mainstream media news, sitting up here crying and woe is me and talking about y'all don't know what it is that y'all going to sit up there and do? I'm a little bit confused. Which one is it? Did you come here in order to skip the line in front of other immigrants who are doing the right things? They're abiding by what it is that the United States basically presented to them with that itinerary of point A through Z, and they completed those in order to become naturalized? Or did you just come here real quick, jump off a boat, right, and get here real quick just so that you can make some money and just go back? Because I'm a little bit confused on how that works. I'm a little bit confused, because for Black Americans, we're not getting off a boat or a plane and just coming here to just, take. We have families, we got businesses, we have homes, we got land, you got farms, Black farmers directly up out of here and everything of the sort. Like I said, it doesn't matter what discrepancies or what issues or problems we have that Black Americans have with white Americans and vice versa. That's something that has nothing to do with you. Historically, that's something that's just been going on, and it'll just be like that for whatever time. Again, that's none of your business, right? Those are Americans having problems with other Americans. You, my friend, are Haitian. So again, this is why I try to tell people, it's like, you need to mind your business. You need to mind your business is with the French. That's where your business is. That's where you need to be having all of this animosity, all of this anger directly towards. You need to be really having this towards the French. You need to have them pay you back. You need to help. You need to tell them, knock on, France's door, be like, yo, hey, Jean-Claude Van Damme, I need you to talk to the people real quick and have them and run that money. Or maybe he's Belgium. I'm not sure, but y'all know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Knock on France's door and have them give you back that money to help you guys out, so that they can fix and repair the problem specifically there, because y'all in shambles. Because it's crazy how people want to sit up there and say that they're so proud of this, that, and the third, but it's like, You're saying that while being in the United States. So realistically, how proud are you really? How proud are you really if you ran and you leaped, came by airplane, train, or boat, whatever it is, or buoy, right? How proud are you if you ran from wherever it is that you come from to be in the United States? And then not only that, and this is the other thing that I sit up and try to tell a lot of folks here, right? We do have an American flag, and then we also do have a Black American flag, right? My main problem with this is that a lot of these folks who come from these other countries, they want to start flag banging. So I'm like, okay, so you're an immigrant from another country, you're in the land of the free, and then you don't really assimilate. So then to further prove that you're not going to assimilate into American culture or into the American way of life, you're going to be rebellious by sitting up there waving your flag whenever it is that you get some type of success. So it don't matter if it's the NBA, the NFL, don't matter if it's NASCAR, it don't matter if it's MMA or a prom or college graduation, don't matter what it is. Out here flag banging, basically saying like, yeah, we in here, we did this and da 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 and all this other. I'm like, yo, I thought you were supposed to be American though. Thought you were supposed to be American. Shouldn't we see American flag directly in your hand? But y'all don't want to sit up there and do that. And again, you wonder why it is that those in the United States got a problem, a deep-rooted problem directly with you. It's because not. It's like, all right, you want to be here working. Okay, cool, fine. But are you going to assimilate? You don't even want to do that. Either which way, you don't even want to assimilate by way of white American needs or by way of Black Americans. You don't want to do none of that because y'all standing still and be like, hey, I'm Haitian all day. I ain't none of this other type of stuff. I ain't Black. I ain't Black American. I ain't African American, da da da, all this other type of stuff. So I'm like, you got two ways of which you can pick. You can go the white American way, or you can go the Black American way. You don't want to go none of those ways. You just want to still be Haitian and being here. Again, that's disrespectful. I at no point in time as a Black American would I ever sit up there and go down to Haiti, anybody else's country, and start pulling out my flag and standing up there like, yeah, we Black Americans, we in here, we doing this. Like we standing 10 toes down out here. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful, not only to those people, not only to that whole, country, but also to the government, to all three. That's disrespectful. But like I said, when you try to explain it to these people, they don't want to sit up there and look at it like that. Like I said, just imagine if you had a white American go over there to Europe and they started just waving an American flag in front of like European faces. People be looking at them like they crazy. It's like, yo, what are you doing? You came directly to our country. Now you want to be disrespectful, waving your flag all over the place. For what reason? People are going to have a problem, right? Just like I said, if I was Black American and went to anybody else's country and I started sitting up there, I went to like South America somewhere, I went to Africa, whatever, and I started sitting up there waving an American flag in somebody else's country. That's disrespectful to all parties that are directly there. That shows everybody that I do not respect them. I do not value them. I do not take you serious. So again, this is another reason why you have America getting y'all up out of here, because y'all don't respect anything at all. And again, that's the problem. But y'all don't want to see it like that. You want to sit up there and pull up and play victim. You want to sit up there and make it seem like woe is me and that Black Americans are just doing y'all wrong. This ain't Black Americans' fault. You need to be talking to the United States government. Didn't y'all get online as Haitians sit up there and say that the United States government destabilized Haiti and all this other type of stuff? I remember what happened with the Red Cross. I talked about that. I did a video on that, but I didn't see Haitians trying to pull up and flag bang on the Red Cross about where those hundreds of millions of dollars, if not close to billions of dollars, went that was supposed to go to Haiti. What happened to that, guys? How come y'all ain't all high and mighty directly about that conversation? What happened to all of that money that was supposed to go to Haiti that the Red Cross basically raised? What happened to that? Right. Yeah, I guess y'all forgot about that. But yeah, let's talk about Black Americans though. Even though Black Americans, again, we're not the reason that your TPS status is basically ended, but you got all the energy and all the mouth in the world with this topic dealing with us, pointed directly towards us. Crazy work. But let's continue.
Talk about going home. We know we have a home. And for myself, cannot tell me to go anywhere. Okay? And this argument finished there because you're a bunch of pathetic people who come talking for nothing. You're
What?
fighting with another black nation.
Whoa. Let's rewind it. Nope, we're not doing that. We're not gonna hold up.
Okay, and you guys are black. Why don't you go fight the Cubans? Why don't you go fight the Dominicans? Why don't you go fight the Brazilian? Why don't you go fight the those all those people who came here?
So let me show you what she's doing, right? She's deflecting. So instead of taking responsibility for her comments in 2 videos and probably more, because I didn't actually try to find her page or go through her page because I just wanted to focus on these. But she's one, and I got a multitude of other Haitians throughout the years who have come directly online being disrespectful to Black Americans. So instead of being accountable for all of that nonsense that is being, pushed directly out there, all of that rhetoric, you want to pull up to the scene and try to tell Black Americans, oh, what y'all need to do is y'all need to focus on the Dominicans. But isn't Haiti and the Dominicans, don't y'all have issues? So shouldn't you technically be, focused on them? And then as a matter of fact, the thing I also found out about, shout out to Donnie and Timeout. He did a video. I might have it. I might play it if I can find it. He did a video recently. He basically stated, no, it wasn't Donnie and Timeout. It was another guy. But the other guy basically stated that you have Haitians are here under the pretenses of masquerading as Dominicans. And I didn't even know that. Like, that's some crazy stuff just by itself. So it's like that adds another layer on top of this whole thing where they want to sit up there and say that they're proud of who it is that they are and where it is that they come from. But if you are so proud, then why are you masquerading? Why are you running? Why are you fleeing? If you are so proud of where it is, if you're so proud of home, why are you not home? And I don't care how that sounds. Because like I said before, whatever problems Americans have, white Americans and Black Americans, again, historically, we have a history. We all know this, whether people, want to talk about it or not, whether people want to sweep it under the rug, however it is. We will deal with that issue. That's a home issue. That's an American issue. You are not American, so mind your business. Stop bringing up American talking points. Stop talking about things in between white Americans and Black Americans, because again, it has nothing to do with you, because historically you have no skin in the game. You have no dog in that race. You have an issue specifically, realistically, with the French. Go out there and have that conversation with them. Go out there and be disrespectful over there in France and start waving your flags and start doing this and start doing that. You're not going to do it though, but you'll make sure to be disrespectful in the United States to both white Americans and Black Americans and to America in general. That's ridiculous. And you think that people are going to allow you to be here while you're doing this openly? Word? You think that's how this works? It is the land of the free, but you're not free of consequences. And this is the consequence. But like I said, people don't want to own up to the nonsense that they just so happen to do. They want to start doing stuff like this. And then you want to sit up there and try to tell Black Americans, oh, what you guys really need to do is you need to focus on all of these other groups. No, we're focused on you because you're the one sitting up here running your mouth. If Dominicans start running their mouth, I'll focus on them. If other groups start running their mouth, I'll sit up there and focus on them like I've been sitting up there doing on this platform for years. But you, my dear, are the main ones front and center. You, with 2 videos, the main one that spent all of this time. And I want to remind people that she's sitting up there filming and driving at the same time, breaking the law. But it'd be like that. But again, she's the one talking, but she wants Black Americans to be focused on all of these other groups. Wow, that's crazy. The lack of accountability is astonishing. But let's keep going.
We are illegal. We are the Italians. All of us immigrants in this country. All of us is immigrants. What the are you guys talking about coming under here talking like you're better than Haitian? None of you, white, Black. You know what? Because you know what? First of all, the Blacks really, some of you really piss me off because y'all come under here talking when you don't do in this country anyway.
You see that? Hold on, and I don't normally usually sit up there and do this. So let me just be very clear, because I have to do it for the sake of this conversation. Because again, this is an American thing. You're going to sit up there and say that white Americans are immigrants. They're Americans, right? Again, there's a whole history to it, but for the basis of this conversation, I'm not delving directly into that past. You're trying to sit up there and make the stance that both Black Americans and white Americans who have more of a history on this land than you are not American. And you want to sit up there and say that we're all immigrants here. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. No, 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 no. I'm not about to sit up there and allow you as a Haitian woman who ran and fled from our country, the one that you're so proud of, that you probably got a flag of and all this other type of stuff. I'm not going to allow you to sit up there and say that both white and Black Americans are immigrants. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Like I said, this is what I be talking about. This is how slick they mouth start getting. Like I said, you would have thought that how this Haitian woman is talking, like she actually established and they built this country. They did not. They did not. But like I said before, this is how disrespectful. Like I said before, they could either go by the white way of life, right? And go that way, or they can go by the Black way of life. They didn't want to sit up there and do any of those. They had two directions that they could have gone. They opted not to do it. And this is what you get right here. This is the disrespect that I sit up there and tell people all the time. This is what we don't need here. We already got enough problems. We got enough issues directly in the United States. We do not need more people causing mass confusion, talking this type of nonsense directly about here. I'm pretty sure that she could have looked up some history about the United States and looked at the contributions of both white Americans and Black Americans here so that she wouldn't look so stupid and so ignorant. This is why I sit up there and say that the education system is failing a lot of people, because this is what you get. This is what you get. This is also what you get when you have people that skip the line and they don't know a lick of history about the United States. They don't know nothing. But she want to come up here and open her mouth and be disrespected, and she want to sit up there and portray and play herself as the victim. How? You caused this. You're the issue. You ran and fled here. We didn't tell you to come here. You opted to. And then that's not to mention that a lot of these immigrant women, their men tend to leave these countries and they leave their wives, they leave their children behind, and they start anew. They don't talk about that though. Some of these women, they do the exact same thing that the men do. They'll leave all of their kids and everything behind, and they'll sit up there and start anew and get married here and have a whole brand new family. I'm like, wow, that's crazy how that works. That's wild. But then to sit up there and say that nobody contributed, both white and Black did not contribute anything to America, that's wild. That's wild. And people really believe this? Yo, this is crazy. Let's keep going though.
What the f*** do we anyway? Talking about we built this country. We have built it too. Let the white people talk like the way you're talking.
They do.
Because they're the one who don't know, they're the one who don't like us Black people.
There's no us.
Some of you. I'm not going to talk about all Black people because I know a lot of Black Americans. I have a lot of Black American friends. My guardian was American, okay? And she was a Black lady. But some of you imbecile coming under here talking about we home, go home. Please, we have a home. You're right, this is your home because you don't know where you came from. You don't know where the you come from. Pathetic. Idiots.
So again, to the Black Americans, this is the disrespect that a Haitian woman decided to put directly online. She went with the exact same narrative that, hey, you don't know where it is that you come from. So us, like I said before, us basically saying that we're American is not enough. So they're taking on other people's talking points as their own, and they get online and they start doing this and being so massively disrespectful. Not only just that, but like I said, to the white Americans out there, she was disrespectful to y'all too. But y'all allow these types of folks to be here. Y'all don't sit up there and vet them. Y'all don't put them through any type of process. So because y'all sit up there and give them whatever it is that they want, in a sense, desire, because you can take it directly back, this is the type of disrespect that y'all suffer as well too. Some crazy work. That is 100% diabolical. That is wild. And again, she was like, hey, you're right, you do have a home, but you don't even know where it is that you come from. I come from the United States of America to the republic of which it stands, one nation under God. And like I said before, it's crazy how these folks want to pull up to the scene and be massively disrespectful to both parties here in the United States, just talking wild. And mind you, she's in the United States talking like this. Wild. 100% wild work. But it'd be like that. But let's fly back to the other video real quick.
I ask you to go back home one day. The table will turn. Okay?
I mean, America is cool, but the food is processed. It's not that good. It's expensive. I'd rather go to my mom's country.
Been to Haiti before?
Yes.
When was the last time you went to Haiti?
It's been like 4 years.
How was your experience in Haiti?
I love it.
And listen, so this young woman says when she retires, she's going to retire to Haiti. Let me tell you why it's important that we protect the United States of America. Let me tell you why we must protect our way of life. Because all of these people from all over the world, their plan is to work here for 10, 20, 30 years and leave. Once we've allowed them to change all of our rules and regulations of our country, which works for our way of life, these roaches and rats will run back to the corners of the earth where they came from. And
Yep.
you know why I call them roaches and rats? Because this is the mentality of a roach and a rat. Don't come to pour anything into the country. Come to use and abuse the country. And then after they fucked up life for us, they'll run back into the rat holes they came out of.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
So we heard that, right? Let me go back here. So again, this young woman, she basically said that Haiti was better than the United States. She said that the food is better in Haiti and everything of the sort. She's just going to work here for a little bit and she's going to retire back in Haiti. And this is not the first time that I've heard this. I've heard other Haitians say the exact same thing. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to work here for, 30, 40 years. And then I'm going to take all my money and I'm going to, retire back in Haiti. But I'm like, so why didn't y'all just stay in Haiti and build up? Or why didn't y'all just cut it short when you had enough money early and just go rebuild stuff back in Haiti? Like, I'm a little bit confused. Why are y'all waiting so long to sit up there and get this process going? But what I'm hearing is like a selfish mentality, right? Because at no point in time do you hear this young woman talking about that she's saving up all of this money, right? Because it's going to be worth more over there in Haiti in order to help contribute and to build up Haiti. She said, I'm going to go back and retire. Selfish, right? Again, they will always sit up there and say that, yo, Haiti needs help. It needs to get rebuilt. This needs to be done, all of this type of work. But you don't really hear a lot of them talking about like, yeah, I'm taking money back home so I can like rebuild and help out my people back in Haiti. It's all for selfish gain. The same way that they came directly into this country selfishly, they're going to leave selfishly as well, too. Like I said, that's the disrespect that I'm talking about. I'm not like, you're not really hearing Black Americans talking about like, yeah, I'm only going to stay in America for, like a little bit. And then, at about like 40, I'm about to get my money and I'm about to, just sit up there and dip. Nah, we about to, we got families. We got businesses. We want to own, land and multiple homes. Again, giving, building, earning stuff directly from the country, working, and then investing back, right? And keep that process in a sense going, which stabilizes and helps out America as a whole. That's what Black Americans do. All of these other folks, they don't work like that. They do not work like that at all. Like I said, there's a multitude of videos of different folks from all over that speak and talk the exact same thing. They keep saying, oh, America's this, that, and the third, but really back home is better. If that's the case, then why did you come here? This is what I'm talking about when it deals with the assimilation. When it deals with people that comes to the United States and they're supposed to be American, right? They're supposed to be America first, right? But like I said, you got too many of these folks, they're playing for the home team, which is not America. Like I said, I don't care what issues or problems that white Americans and Black Americans have. At the end of the day, we play for home. Like I said, I don't care if people like hate each other, dislike each other, whatnot, or whatever. At the end of the day, both white and Black Americans play for home. And that is a fact, bar none. Can't nobody sit up there and tell me or say anything different. All of these other folks, you don't know who they play for. And I can tell you for sure, 100%, they're not playing for America. The only way that they're playing for America is if they went through the trials and tribulations in order to become a naturalized citizen. Those are the only few folks here that are like, okay, I can look at them and like, all right, they're playing for here. All the rest of them that didn't go through the loops, the ring around the rosies and everything that the government wanted, they're not playing for the home team. Like I said, look at the flags that they fly. It'll sit up there and tell you. But like I said, people don't want to pay attention. People do not want to pay attention. But it's right in front of people's faces on social media. And a lot of these people are big and bold, and they say this out there in the open. Like I said, this is the type of stuff that I don't respect. Like I said, it don't. I know the history of the United States, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But at the end of the day, I will still play for and fight directly for this country. At the end of the day, like I said, history here, generations here, bloodline here, graves here, future here. But like I said, these folks, they don't understand it because they don't got nothing here. So because they don't have no skin in the game, they don't basically care. Well, let's continue.
They fucked up life for us, they'll run back into the rat holes they came out of.
Yeah, man. Look, man. Hey, TikTok, what it is. Hey, straight up. Y'all listen up. All my Haitians, man. Hey, stay strong, bro. I'm telling you. I don't know what's going on TikTok. You feel me? I try to stay out this, Haitian hate algorithm, but TikTok keep throwing shit in my FYP. So they want me to chime in. Listen, bro. Tout haïtien, ouais? Tandem. Y'all listen up, man. Let everybody who hating on us, who happy about the TPS being cut off, let them hate, bro. What we gonna do? We gonna save it. We gonna bookmark it. We gonna stamp it like, okay, bet. Motherfucker right here with hating bet. This motherfucker right here is hating bet. we gonna get him. Cause, bro, what disease did? It's like y'all mad at Haitians cause we done came up, bro. Y'all can't be mad at that, bro. Y'all can't be mad Haitians done came up, dog. That shit crazy. I even see, and it's black people. What the going on? Look, bro. I don't see some say, oh, Haitians think they run Florida. Bitch, we do run Florida. We a big part.
White people, correct me if I'm wrong. Let me look this up because maybe I'm a little bit confused. Isn't Florida a Republican state? Hold on. Let me just let me just check something real quick. Somebody let me know real quick. Is Florida a red state? I had to use AI real quick. It says, yes, Florida is currently considered a Republican state, right? So somebody correct me if I'm wrong. When at any point in time in a Republican state have you seen Haitians running anything, especially in Florida? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is there like a Haitian like mayor? I think what was the dude's name? Was it is it DeSantis? I forgot who was down there in Florida. My mind is a little bit warped at this moment in time. I'm just trying to figure out, how do these folks come to the main point of basically saying that they are running the totality of Florida? That's a Republican state. How do you think that they were building another Alcatraz or whatever it was, out there, like in the Florida lands. They was building a whole nother prison down there. And I'm just trying to figure out what control do Haitians actually have down there in Florida like that, where they're like, hey, we got more control over Florida than the white folks. Huh? Since when? Since when? Like I be trying to tell people how these people get so disrespectful online and they start stating nonsense. It's crazy. I'm just trying to figure out. It's like, you barely got control over your own homeland, but then you come directly to the United States in one area or a few areas, and you claim that you got all the power and the control there. How does that work? Like, where? But let's keep going. Maybe he'll make a point and it makes sense.
Part of this shit, boy. Whether you like it or not, we done left an imprint on Florida. Why you think we in all the video games? Why you think they put us in the movies? Whenever come to Miami, Florida, Broward County, Florida, period. They know. Even Hollywood know. Oh, yeah, you got to put them Haitians in the movie, bro, if you're going to go to Florida.
So the main way that you're telling us in the United States of your importance is because you're getting thrown into movies and video games as a stereotype. I want y'all to know and understand this, right? I played a game called Cyberpunk. I'm not sure if we got a lot of gamers here. The role that the Haitians play is basically gang and drug lords. It ain't nothing positive. It's gang and drug lords, enforcement, everything dealing with crime. So I'm a little bit confused on how you think that that is a positive. You're stereotype. You're typecast. They're not showing nothing positive about Haitians. They're not giving no positive history about Haitians in Cyberpunk and talking about how you freed yourselves and this, that, and the third. Nah, y'all slaves to the system, just like everybody else. You got your cybernetics, you got your implants, you sitting up there selling drugs, you sitting up there doing illegal whatnot or whatever, you're running gangs, pretty much the exact same thing that you're doing right now in 2026 down there in Florida and many other places. But you're sitting up there telling me online by way of this video that that's the positive. That's your power, that's your control, that's how you running things. You think that's a form of respect? Wow, I guess looking at how Black Americans got treated in this country, I like I said, shout out to GTA because I'll be getting that game too, and I'm going to go through that game and see how they depict the Haitians there. Let's see if they talk about the freedoms of Haiti. Let's see if they put Haitians in a positive light. Let's see if it's not about drugs and guns and all this other. Like I said, let's see if they don't put you in a stereotype just like they do with Black Americans historically. Let's see. Let's see if that happens. I bet you it won't, but we're going to sit up there and have an open mind. Maybe it may be different. Maybe they're going to show you as freedom fighters. Maybe they're going to show you as activists. Maybe they're going to show you building up the community, doing things positive, right? Implementing changes in laws. Maybe even being president somewhere in GTA. I don't know, but let's keep going.
Y'all tighten up, man. And then the reason why I don't like the hate, why y'all celebrate niggas getting deported back to Haiti is because it's like Haitians don't bother nobody.
Huh?
What, like you'll get dealt with looking around playing with us, but besides that, we don't bother nobody.
So I'm a little bit confused. I want people to understand, right? So in one end, he said we don't do nothing, but he was like, if you do bother us, like, yo, you're going to get dealt with. And I'm like, how I'm just trying to figure out, like, because I'm listening to the video, so I'm just trying to figure out how to specifically take that, right? Because on one end, I done showed y'all a multitude of videos where Haitians have come out here talking out the side of their necks, like the one girl that was on the podcast, she said, dirty Black Americans, right? Dirty Black Americans, which nobody said anything crazy to her. Nobody said anything sideways. Nobody disrespected that Haitian woman on that podcast. She just came out of her mouth and she was like, yeah, that's what I called you, dirty Black Americans, because that's what you are. Huh? How do we even get here? What? But like I said before, they don't want to look at the type of disrespect that they deliver to Black Americans. And now you get online not acknowledging any of that foolishness, any of, as people will want to say, that divisive type of talk. You don't want to acknowledge or look at any of that or even call those folks out. But now you want to sit there and be like, we don't even do nothing to nobody. We don't cause no problems. But if you cause problems with Haitians, we going to sit up there and deal with you. You know, the United States government been causing problems with y'all, but y'all ain't about to sit up there and do nothing, though. That's a fact. That's a bar. You're not about to be rah-rah-rah. You're not about to be doing whatnot or whatever to the United States government, because the United States government will get you up out of here one way or another. They got tanks. They got stealth planes, all types of armaments. You got AI robotics, thanks to Elon and everything. You don't got nothing to sit up there and fight this United States government. So if the United States government comes knocking at your door, you ain't about to do nothing. Like I said before, the only main ones that's been really fighting and going against, in this United States thing has been Black Americans, right? No matter how any of that stuff went, wins, losses, whatever it is, we're the main ones, pretty much the only ones. You, my friend, are not that. So, like I said before, all of this talk about if somebody causes problems with you, that you're going to rah. No, you're not. You're not about to do nothing with the United States government. You're not going to do anything. They will pull up an army real quick. Like I said, I don't know what y'all think this is. The United States government is not going to sit up there and mess around. If you sit up there and make them angry enough or mad enough, they're going to sit up there and show you what time it is, and they're going to bulldoze. Like I said, I guess people not paying attention to a lot of the the skirmishes or the things that are going on overseas, or the things historically that have taken place in different countries dealing with the United States. Didn't we just have something recently with like Venezuela, where you had some folks that was a part of the United States government covertly went directly out there, shut down the power and electricity, and they sat up there and got the Venezuelan president? And you mean to sit up there and tell me that automatically you got something to deal with that? Okay. All right. Okay. Like I said, the United States went in somebody else's country and got their president. You think for 1 second that on United States soil, you got the edge over the United States? You have to be a straight fool. Now, maybe if you was over there in Haiti, all right, cool. I understand that. Y'all got a whole bunch of armaments and y'all got a whole bunch of gangs and everything of the sort. All right, cool. Y'all got that. Y'all know that land and everything of the sort. Cool. Got it. You're in Florida. You're in the United States. You don't know the United States better than the United States government. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. But let's keep going.
You feel me? The reason why Donald Trump and them don't like us is because we fought for our freedom. Look it up, 1804. And we we unalive, spilled blood behind our freedom. They don't want the rest of the black people in the world, especially America, to adapt that same mindset.
So this is why I was speaking on some things historically earlier. So now I have to go back into the past just a little bit, right? So when it dealt with slavery, you had slave revolts on plantations. It don't matter what was happening or going on in Haiti. This was happening before we knew anything about that. Before there was a carrier pigeon with an olive branch and like some type of scroll with the Rosetta Stone attached, directly to the hip. Before any of that stuff was happening, we were already having slave rebellions and everything else happening directly over here. We were already fighting for stuff. Right? We were already going directly for freedom, no matter how it had to sit up there and happen. No matter what sacrifices had to sit up there and get made. And you mean to sit up there and tell me that you're like, hey, you guys are so important to this cause that the only reason that Black Americans even think about freedom is because y'all are here. Y'all have such a strong force and an energy that if we were to get together, automatically Black Americans will just become like these automatic fighters. We'll become Viltrumites. We'll become Kryptonians. Really? As if we weren't already fighting here before you were even here. Like this is why we talking about again, the disrespect where they always feel like they were the only ones to sit up there and really wage war or basically fight for freedoms. And this is why I be talking about when it deals with history. This is the ignorance that I'll be talking about right here. Ridiculousness. I would never go to somebody else's country and be this ignorant. I would never be on somebody else's soil of which they fought and bled directly for and talk this reckless. I would never do that. Like I said, if he went to other people's country and he was talking like this, they would have packed him up. Like I said, go to China or go to Japan and be disrespectful like this. They're going to pack you up one way or another. And there ain't nothing any Haitians can sit up there and do. They're going to pack you up. But like I said, you can't tell. That's why I sit up there and say, like, yo, people can be this disrespectful because in general, Black Americans are too nice. And also in general, America is too nice. This is why people can come directly onto this land and quote unquote with the freedom of speech and everything of the sort and not even really be Americans. And they can sit up there and talk this disrespectful. Like I said, it's wild work. Let's keep going.
You see what I'm saying? Don't let that go over your heads. They want Black people to be like, they want you to be weak, bro. They don't want you to fight for your human rights. They don't want you to fight for your life. They don't want you to fight for your culture. They don't want you to fight for your family.
So I'm a little bit confused. He said they don't want us to fight for our culture. I done heard immigrants from other countries sit up there and say that Black Americans don't have culture. So I'm a little bit confused. Which one is it? Do we have a culture or do we not have a culture? Do we have families or do we not have families? I'm a little bit confused because, again, even within this conversation, he specifically laid the split down the middle. He said Haitians and he said Black Americans. I want y'all to understand that. He himself said it in his own video with his own two lips, that there is clear-cut a difference between Haitians and Black Americans. Haitians fought for their freedom. Black Americans, we were just here. we were just here twiddling our thumbs up until the Haitians and everybody else came, and then we decided to basically charge up and start fighting. Everybody else put like an engine, put a supercharged Energizer Bunny battery directly in our back, and then we automatically became superheroes. Like I said, the disrespect, people got to pay attention to how these folks be speaking directly online when they make this type of content. Like I said, it's not me making the stuff up. I'm listening directly to the same exact video and to the words that this man is sitting up there saying. Disrespectful, backhanded compliments, or if you can even say it is that. But let's keep going.
They don't want a bunch of Black people having that Haitian mentality. They want you to be subservient to them, bro. That's why Trump want to cancel TPS. That's why you might see some of the Caucasians happy about that. But for you Black people that's happy about that, and honestly, bro, I think it's just the FBAs. I don't think it's all Black people upset about that. It's celebrating that. I really don't think that. I just think it's that little minuscule online group. You know what I'm saying? But come on, man. That's why, bro. Don't let them fool y'all. Y'all letting the CIA put y'all against Haitians. And Haitians, we never went to war with you. We went to war with the French, boy. Y'all go learn fucking history so y'all won't be, y'all pointing the gun at the wrong. Don't point it at us. Y'all need to point it at.
That's some crazy work. And this ignorant dude is sitting up there telling Black Americans like, yo, y'all need to go read up on some Haitian history and how we freed ourselves, and y'all need to go educate. No, y'all need to go educate yourselves on Black American history. All of the many like I said before, the amount of wars that Black Americans, let me just make this very clear. Regardless of the discrepancies, the issues, and the problems that we have in these United States, Black Americans have always fought in these wars. When we were allowed to, we were there. Even when it dealt with the Olympics and representing the United States, we were still there, and we were still fighting for who? Home team. We were fighting for the United States. We were waving that American flag, no matter how we knew that we were going to get treated when we got back home, right? We knew that as soon as we sat up there and left like Europe and all this other type of stuff over there, we're going to come back over there. We're going to have to sit up there and deal with like, all right, go back to the back of the bus, go back to the back of the restaurant. You're not about to be sitting here and all this. Like I said, we got problems here that we're going to deal with when it deals with America. These folks right here are disrespectful. They don't care nothing about American history, about American culture, or anything about that. This is how they want to sit up there and talk and speak directly on us online. And then they want to sit up there and point out and be like, hey, we the victims. And like I told people before, it's like, yo, I've known people of a variety of different ethnicities. And in certain instances, there's been disrespect that I've had to sit up there and check. I've had a Jamaican man sit up there and tell me like, yo, you're one of the good ones. Like, you like to work. You're not, lazy like the others. And I'm like, yo, what do you mean? I'm like, every single, Black man out here is not lazy. Like, you got Black men out here that work. I'm like, yo, that's disrespectful. And then he tried to sit up there and walk it back. I'm like, no, you can't sit up there and walk that. You don't say something like that. Like I said, that's like me coming out and sitting up, even if I have the stats directly on it, when it deals with like women over there in Jamaica, when it deals with like the yellow jacket. If you don't know what yellow jacket is, that's basically when you have Jamaican women that decide that they want to get pregnant by one guy, and then they put the burden of that child on somebody else who is not even the father. And they have a high amount, Nigeria and Jamaica have a high amount of illegitimacy rates directly over there, where those children do not know the fathers of who their fathers actually are, right? And then on top of that, you have a lot of men that are raising kids that are not even theirs. So, like I said, if I were to get online and start talking about their women like real crazy in a variety of these other countries, people would feel a certain type of way, regardless of the stats or not. Right? People would feel disrespected. So, within that exact same vein, right here, you're being disrespectful. You want to tell us to go learn and do some history. You're here in the United States. You don't know nothing about Black American history. But the crazy part is, this Haitian don't know nothing about Black American history. But at the same time, y'all want to shoehorn in when it deals with Juneteenth. Juneteenth don't got nothing to do with Africans. It don't got nothing to do with Haitians, nobody else. That has to do with Black Americans, specifically down there in Texas, right? But because of that, you know, a lot of other Black Americans, they celebrate it as well too. But somehow, some way, y'all want to shoehorn everything that y'all got. You got Africans that want to start playing and doing parties and pop-ups, and y'all got Pan-Africans. They want to start waving these Pan-African flags, and you got Haitians want to start doing this and doing that. And then when we got Black history, y'all want to shoehorn directly into that as well too. Even though everybody from the islands, y'all got your own months. Y'all got your own months where y'all can celebrate your heritage and your history and everything else, but that's not enough. So y'all want three or whatever different times to be able to celebrate yourselves. And y'all want to come directly into what it is that Black Americans have established directly for themselves. And y'all want to sit up there and say, like, oh, this is all of us. This is all of our celebrations. No, it is not. No, it is not. No, it is not. We had to sit up there and fight for any type of celebrations. Like, even still right now, at this point in time in the United States, people want to get rid of Black history. Because they were like, yo, why do Black people have a Black history? It's you know, everybody's American. Like, it shouldn't just be. I mean, well, it had to be Black history due to the fact that realistically, whatever accomplishments or things that Black Americans have created or done for this country, it doesn't get talked about. Trust me, I know, because I went through the American education system and went through those history books, and they don't really talk about the contributions like that. They talk about white contributions a lot, and that's to be expected. Right? Because the majority who write the history books are white. And what do they normally sit up there and say? The champions dictate and write the history. So the winners of history are going to make sure to portray themselves and put themselves in the best light, and always make sure to highlight their contributions in a positive light. And then everybody else is pretty much dead last. That's how that works. So when Black Americans sit up there and say that we got days in certain types of months that are specifically designated to us, that's exactly what we mean. But like I said, you got disrespectful folks about here. Crazy work. It be like that. So now we didn't heard this man's video, right? So now he has an update video as well too. We have an update directly for him. So we're going to sit up there and look directly at this. But before we get here, right? Because I want some folks to not, in a sense, well, you can feel how it is that you specifically feel about this this instance. But I want to point this out because this was directly on his page, right? So a Black woman wrote, she was like, so you know what you said about us, right? And because she's also stating underneath the video, because he has a Black American woman that he is with. I'm not sure if they have kids together, but you know, might have kids or whatnot or whatever, right? So you got a Haitian Black American woman. So obviously from this Black woman's comment, he said something negative about Black women. And his response is that the woman that he's with, the Black woman, Black American woman that he's with, she said, she loves me and I'm her leader and protector, right? With the emoji. The response was like, that's what's up. Good for her. I actually feel bad for you. Honestly, I just don't like what you said in your other video, but that's your opinion. So, like I said, he's being disrespectful on all fronts. He's talking about Black Americans in general. And then on top of that, he's sitting up there. He said something in another video, negative, you know, about Black American women while being with a Black American woman. Crazy work. But we're going to get to that in one of the other videos. But we're going to take a listen to this one.
TikTok, what it is, bro. Hey, man, as y'all know, and I'm sure y'all heard, feel me, the TPS for Haitians has ended. Me being Haitian, y'all know me on TikTok. Y'all know I'm top Haitian, man. Me being Haitian, I may have to go back to Haiti, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, it might be a wrap. I came here on the bottom program. I did very good for myself. Hold on. Yeah. I came here on the program. I did very good for myself. But the thing that I'm running into is that you know, due to the fact that I'm Haitian, that I'm basically gonna have to go to Haiti. And I just want to let everybody know, since it's gonna be my last couple of weeks here, man, TikTok, I'm gonna document with y'all. We gonna ball up before I leave. I will be back. You know, I did what I needed to do while I was here, and I will see everybody back, man. Mr. Ty HPSA, y'all know what it is, and it's okay if they don't want your boy to stay, man. I will be back though. It's a lot going on with Trump. He doesn't like Haitians too much, so we'll be going back. You know, it's a lot, bro. You know, I got family, kids, and all of that. But gotta do what it do, you know. I really feel like they feel like we making too much money on them, you know. America feel like it's not fair for the other citizens that they feel like should be having it. But it's all right, man. We're gonna push through, man. And like I say, man, y'all follow me, my TikTok. I'm gonna show y'all my journey of my last days in the US. Let's get it. Yeah, man, TikTok, what it is, man.
So we heard that, right? So we went from one video where he wanted to be disrespectful and he wanted to do this lackadaisical type of thing where it's like, ah, man, us Haitians, we lay back, we don't even really do nothing to nobody, and we don't even really bother nobody. We just do this and do that. And it's like, y'all can't really be mad at us because we came up. It's like, that's crazy, that's wild. I'm like, no, nobody said that. It's like all of y'all got these theories that Black Americans are mad at y'all because of X, Y, and Z. Nah, we're mad because of the disrespect. Now, the other layer of being mad that we can put directly out there is that you don't realize on how it is that the United States is basically using you. And we try to, at least on my end, I try to warn and tell people that a multitude of ways, but folks didn't want to sit up there and listen. Even in my comment section underneath a lot of videos, people wanted to rah and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. I done told this to Africans, I done told this to those from the islands and many other folks out there, and people didn't want to sit up there and listen. So this is what we're talking about. Black Americans know this country better than you ever will. We have a history here, a very unique history, and y'all don't want to listen to us. You want to believe everybody else. So this is what happens when you got to pay the piper. You wanted to play these games. You're old enough to have gotten, like, he's old enough to gotten his paperwork basically set. Again, he got a video on one of his platforms talking about basically how he started, and I'm like, yo, that's cool, that's great, right? But I'm like, at the same time, with all of that money that you flashing while you're sitting on that car, why didn't you do what was necessary before you got a girlfriend or a wife and then started a family? Why didn't you get your paperwork in order? You knew that this was going to happen. You knew at your core that this was going to sit up there and happen, but you didn't feel that that was a priority. You wanted to do selfish prioritizations when it dealt with your life. You didn't want to put this on the front or the stove. You wanted to put it at way back on I number 12. So now I number 12 is now number 1. And because, again, you didn't prioritize it, now this is what you got to face. So now you got to make these videos talking about you're documenting your last days directly in the United States. This is your fault. You as a grown man, you talking about you as a Haitian man, you are the woman that you're with, you are her protector and her provider, but it's like you're now going to be deported. So how are you going to be her protector and provider in a whole nother land? How are you going to be able to do that? Like I said, people set themselves up for failure. When you decide to go for selfish gains, this is what happens. When you decide to not prioritize the important things, this is what happens. Like I said before, now you got this woe is me and all this other type of stuff. It's like you should have thought about, you shouldn't have created a family. You shouldn't have gotten into a relationship. You should have made sure your paperwork was straight and you wouldn't have to make these videos. You would have been still on social media talking how you talk and all this other type of stuff and getting money. But here we are. So let's continue.
Hey, like I said, it's my last couple weeks in the U.S. As y'all know, TPS has ended. So Ty Haitian will be making his way back to Haiti once my TPS, once everything get fully canceled. Right now, y'all, like I said, before I leave, I'm going to enjoy the U.S. I'm on a walk right now on a trail. Y'all can see, very, very nice, very beautiful. Let me show. Yeah, so it's a lot going on right now with TPS and all of that. You know, as a Haitian in America, I see it's a lot of people against us. We got certain black people against us. But like I said, man, us Haitians.
So let me point that out again to the Black Americans. Notice how out of all the people that he could have pointed at to the reason why TPS is basically going the way that it is, his prime go-to was Black Americans. He said there's a lot of people out there, but he specifically pointed at Black Americans. Wow. But yet you said, oh, you know, Trump, he don't really like us that much. You didn't want to stay on that. You didn't want to fixate on that. He was like, nah, let me get away from Trump. Really, it's the Black Americans. We just sitting back, not doing nothing, and we still get the blame for something. This is crazy. This is 1000% crazy. Like I've never seen nothing like this in my life. Temporary means temporary. You were on that temporary status and you knew this, but you're going to blame Black America. Jesus Christ. All right.
We're going to push through. And I want to say this to the FBA woman, to the ladies out there who seem to find themselves under my comments, under my page, spewing hate. I guess y'all don't know, but a lot of Haitian men are in relationships with Black American women.
Here we go.
A lot of Haitian men marry Black American women. So you tell me what you think gonna happen, right? You tell me what you think gonna happen when Donald Trump deports all the Haitian men who's with Black American women. And these Haitian men, they're leading families to success. You know, they're a pillar to the community. You know, we're leading the black woman, you know, down the right direction.
So I want y'all to understand this is a twofold thing. So number one, he's trying to go towards the emotions of Black women. Like, hey, Black women, you got somebody that looks like you that actually loves you and with you and creating kids and they're providers and leaders, unlike the Black men specifically in your community that you talk about and whatnot or whatever. So if you get rid of us, then where is that going to sit up there and leave you? And then indirectly, right, or directly, if you want to take it that way, he is taking shots directly at Black American men. So when I sit up there and tell people the type of foolishness and the disrespect that takes place when you hear a lot of these people talk and how it is, like a lot of people want to sit up there and say that, oh, you know, Black Americans, y'all are so divisive. This is divisive talk. You're trying to split the main group, right? You're trying to split Black American women and then Black American men, all just in this one statement here. You're trying to say that, hey, you're actually, you know, doing this and doing that. The same thing that Black American women complain about, you're basically doing that. Haitian men are basically snatching Black women up and getting married and creating kids and leading and providing and doing all this stuff. But it's like, hey, if we as Haitian men, if we leave our Black American women, it's like, hey, Black American women, you ain't gonna have nothing. See how disrespectful that is? See how, and that's why I be trying to tell people like, yo, you got to pay attention to how these folks be talking. They be real disrespectful every single time that they sit up there and talk and want to make a point. Then on top of that, you again want to sit up there and try to blame Black Americans. But while also blaming Black Americans, now you're trying to sit up there and turn and get on the sympathy train with Black women. And you're trying to use, in a sense, covertly, Black American men in order to sit up there and get that point across. Let's continue.
We're leaders of our family. So what y'all think gonna happen? What y'all think gonna happen when they deport me and my Black American woman, beautiful Black American woman? What's gonna happen when I'm gone? Who's gonna be there for her? So y'all,
let me just pause that real quick. So you said what's going to happen when you're gone. You should have thought about that before you got into a relationship. You should have thought about that before you appeared directly into that Black American woman's life. If you actually valued her in that relationship, you would have made sure that your paperwork was actually correct. Better yet, if y'all both actually valued that relationship and everything that y'all built, y'all both would have made sure that that paperwork was correct. Matter of fact, if it was actually this important, what y'all both could have actually did was get married. Wouldn't that have solved the problem? I could have sworn, wasn't that a thing that a lot of immigrants do? They'll sit up there and get directly with an American, and they'll sit up there and get get citizenship or however it basically goes. So why didn't you get married? Out of all of this stuff that you said that you established, that you build, and how you're a provider and you're a leader, but you couldn't provide and lead yourself into getting the proper paperwork. How does that work? How does that work? You're a provider and a leader, but you couldn't lead yourself to get the proper government documentation so that you could be a citizen. How are we doing that? But you want to throw shots at Black American men, though, while you're trying to like up Black American women at the same time, but then at the same time say that, hey, if Black American women, if Haitian men ain't here, y'all don't got nothing. Wow. That's some wild work. That's some sorcery right there. That's some Harry Potter level wizardry right there, right? Huff and Puff, Slytherin. They are out here. But let's continue.
FBAs, y'all gotta take that in account. You know, a lot of Haitian men, we're with our beautiful Black sisters. We have kids with our beautiful Black women. And y'all want us deported. See, y'all FBAs don't understand Haitians been building with Black Americans. You know how much Haitian men is with Black American women? And do you know how much Haitian women is with Black American men?
Somebody give me those numbers. Now, you can sit up there and go off on the end and be like, all right, you got some Haitian dudes that are with Black American women. Okay, fine. Yeah, how many Haitian women are really with Black American men? Because usually what tends to happen is that women of other nationalities, they tend to date within their race. They tend to date within their ethnicity. So to make it seem like there's just this huge thing of Haitians with Black American women, let's not do that. To make it seem as though that there's this huge amount of Haitian women with Black American men, let's not do that. There are more Black American men and women together and married versus being with anybody else. We got stats directly to back that up. Like I said before, I tried to explain this 99 different times to a lot of other folks, but people choose not to pay attention and they choose not to sit up there and listen. But here we go with this nonsense where he's trying to make it seem like yeah, we're just like an homogenous type of group and we're just really amalgamating and we're just interwoven into this society. No, we are not. Y'all are literally only in about a good 4+ places in these United States. When it deals with being around Black Americans, y'all are not really in a lot of states like that. But have them sit up there and tell it they're everywhere. Matter of fact, I got another video up here where a Haitian woman wanted to sit up there and say that there's 20 million Haitians. 20 million Haitians in the United States. We're going to go over those numbers a little bit later, but I'm going to let him continue.
So the Haitian women, to my FBAs, the men out there, the Haitian women will be getting deported, which is some of y'all wives, some of y'all girlfriends. And we all know how valuable the Haitian woman is and how she plays a vital role in the family dynamic as a wife and as a mother and as a girlfriend, as a spouse, as a partner. So y'all got to understand, we got Haitian men with American women and we got Haitian women with American men. Do I have a problem with that? Absolutely not. Why? Because at the end of the day, look, we all Black.
Nah. That's why I got to stop it. No, we're not. And I want to also pull up another thing too. How are you going to sit up there and say that Haitian women are basically a pillar and they're very important, but you decided not to date and potentially have kids or whatever, or this growth with a Haitian woman? That's a little bit backwards. That's a little bit back. You said that this is a Black American woman that you're with, right? So that means that Black American woman was more than likely maybe with you for a minute. She saw you during the duration of your growth, more than likely helped you up. She was probably a backbone and everything of the sort. But right here, while you're next to this Black American woman, you're sitting up there saying that Haitian women are a pillar and they're very important and this, that, and the third. But again, you're not with a Haitian woman. So it's like your words don't even mean what it is that they're even supposed to mean. It's like this don't even make any type of sense. What? Like, yo, that's crazy. That's like seeing a black dude out here saying how pivotal and how important black women are, but yet he's dating like a white woman. He's dating a woman of another race. How much sense does that make? It doesn't make any sense. It's like, why are you even talking about it? If you're going to date a woman of another race, how are you going to sit up there and say how important a black woman is if you decided not to take on a black woman and be in a relationship or get married and have kids with her? Like, it doesn't make any type of sense. And that's what I'm looking at this current moment in time. It doesn't make any type of sense. But let's keep going.
Our hair is the same. Okay, we all black people. So that's why I was so shocked. I was just cell shocked that you guys will be celebrating Haitians being deported. Because that just don't make no sense. But like I told y'all, my last couple of days here, I'm going to enjoy my last couple of days in the U.S. And I'm going to be back.
Like I said before, if you were the leader that you said that you are, you would have led yourself to the proper government offices to get the proper paperwork so that you wouldn't even have to make this video. So it basically, in a sense, states that you lack a type of leadership for yourself, right? And that's the main thing that a lot of people happen to state when it deals with men. Like, can a man lead himself? And if a man can't lead himself, then that means that he would potentially have the ability to take on a relationship and then to lead the people that are amongst him or with him. So it doesn't mean that means like friends, family, kids, wife, girlfriend, whatever it is, right? But like I said before, he couldn't even get the most important things done so that he can become a citizen. But he stated that he is more of a leader and a provider than the black American men directly out here, either directly or indirectly. And the other thing I want to point out as well, too, is that maybe potentially you have some black Americans out there celebrating, but the reasons that they're celebrating is not because of what you think. They're celebrating in a sense because it's either I told you so or because of the disrespect that black Americans have been tolerating for oh so long. And then they just got tired of tolerating it. So now you got black Americans online sitting up there, with the ahas or doing this and doing that. I mean, like I said before, if y'all would look at how your folks are getting online on TikTok and all these other type of social media platforms and talking about black Americans, you would get some type of insight onto why it is that black Americans are having a reaction towards people being deported in America doing what it is that they are currently doing at this moment in time. And then on top of that, to sit up there and say that we're all black and we're all the same. No, we're not. Y'all keep getting online talking about, y'all freed yourselves and this, that, and the third. And then you shifted over to black Americans and y'all don't got nothing to say. Y'all not trying to big us up. Y'all not trying to point out any of our history. You're not trying to point out all of the many times that we done fought for our freedoms or we still fight for this country and all this. You're not trying to do any of that. So like I said, the amount of disrespect that y'all give to us online every single day, this is what that looks like. You guys, some black Americans like myself, I'm talking. I'm giving a response. You got other black Americans that are in the middle. Other black Americans that's like, I don't care. Other black Americans that's like, ha, 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 that's what you get. And then other black Americans that's like, all right, what am I getting for dinner? What's for lunch? That type of deal. So like I said, the disrespect that y'all deliver, and then you try to pull back your hands and act like you're not being disrespectful or like you're not taking indirect shots or direct shots, like it's crazy to me. You think that we're not going to see it. You think that we can't comprehend it. That's wild to me. That is 100% wild, but this is where we are, right? So now we're going to go to another video and we're going to take a listen and hear what these folks have to say about black Americans.
America, I came to talk to my black Americans on TikTok. Now, I know that you guys are very relevant. Anybody on TikTok, including myself, I am very relevant, and so are you. But here's the thing. You have a reach, right? You have a reach that your content and what you say reach other people. So I came to talk to you folks today. What's your problem with migrants? The way that I see you guys treating the Haitians, what's your problem? You realize that you treat your slave masters that have enslaved you for centuries better than you're now treating the Haitians. Why are you so mad at them? Because they came here and they work hard to achieve the things that they have while you lazy that on the farewell welfare system.
So Black Americans, here we go again. Didn't I sit up there and tell y'all that they come directly on these videos and they start being disrespectful? What talking points? Where do you think that she got this talking point from? She wanted to say that Black Americans, she was like, oh, you guys are mad because we came here and we work hard and you're just nothing but on a welfare system. Whew, diabolical work. Diabolical work how they take on other people's talking points, because now they want to portray themselves as being the victims, but realistically they are the perpetrators. Now notice again how she got all of this energy. She wants to slightly mention white people, but she's not really going to go fully in and mention white people. She's not going to mention the United States government. She's not going to mention the Republicans that are currently doing a lot of this stuff. No. That's too big of a deal. She's not going to do that. They're like, hey, we didn't fought Europeans before. We're not going to fight them again. But what we are going to argue and fight with is these Black Americans. Here you have it. But didn't I just give you 2 videos where a Haitian man who said it, that he stated he was a leader, he's a protector and all this other type of stuff, and how Haitians don't do nothing, they don't bother nobody? Didn't he say that? But yet this Haitian woman is sitting up there talking reckless. The second Haitian woman so far during this live stream that decided to open her mouth and be disrespectful. That's crazy. It's crazy to be. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm just gonna leave those comments to the side. I'm just going to keep it straight on this live stream, but let's keep going.
Because your grandmother, mama, and everybody else was brought up on it. The people just want to know.
Also, I got to pause it there for the Black American woman. She threw all of those shots at y'all. She said your mama and your grandmother were all raised and grew up on it. Again, that was a shot to Black American women, because that's the stereotype. Even though we got Black American women that own businesses, that are college educated, they got houses, they got land, all this other type of entrepreneurs and everything, people in fashion, movies, and write books, all this type of stuff. But this is the disrespect that she wants to sit up there and deliver. And this is why I try to tell a lot of Black American women, you got to be very careful with the women that you decide to team up with, because secretly they don't like you at all. They feel as though that they are better directly than you. They feel like they are doing more than you, that they are more educated than you, that they are making more strides in the United States than you. That's the whole point that she brought up, the whole thing, like, oh, but you Black American women, y'all just been raised and strictly on the welfare system because all you do is basically have kids and just lay around. That's crazy. But let's keep going.
Because the majority of you that I see singing praises to that orange, that's what you're on. Living in the projects.
Wow.
Majority of the Haitians don't live in projects. Click that. They do not. They work hard to live in good apartments for their kids. But Mr. Trump, here's the thing, Mr. Trump. Once those migrants go home, I want you to take off every single one of these evil off of the welfare system and take away their Obamacare too, sir. Any one of these able-bodied fucks that is talking their Mr. Trump, I know you listen to me. Take away all their welfare from them and let them go clean in the nursing home, sir. No, Mr. Trump. They wanted you to get rid of. Thank you, sir. You're getting okay. All right, you're doing what they asked you to do, sir. But make sure that all those fucks are in the nursing home working and cleaning out of your people's behind.
Now, let me just make this very clear, because my grandmother, before she passed on, she was a nurse, and she was born back in the 1930s. Again, Black American women been doing that. This is why I sat up there and stated before, I'm not understanding why it is that these folks just get here and they think that they're doing something that Black folks ain't already been doing. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's some wild type of work. And you think that that's some type of like gotcha moment or some type of shot, or like, it's like I said, this is how weird these conversations get, because they don't really have anything else established here. They don't really have anything else to go directly off of but this type of disrespect. So let's keep going.
guys, are even more upset at people that look like me and them than they are the slave owners that have enslaved them for decades. Why are you so mad? Because migrants choose to come here and educate our children, they're not in prison serving life sentences?
Again, that's a shot directly to Black Americans and to Black Americans in general. So she threw a shot directly at Black men, basically with the stereotype that all of us are just in jails and prisons from childhood. And then to Black American women, basically stating that all you can do and ever do is just raise criminals and felons and jailbirds. Like I said, this is the type of disrespect. Now, I want to remind you, if you go over there and look at Haiti and you read the stats on Haiti, they got all these gangs, like 300 plus gangs directly up over there. They got 250,000, armaments being spread across Haiti. All types of crimes and gang violence happening over there in Haiti. But again, this is how she wants to talk about Black Americans. This is the stereotype that she wants to sit up there and bring up as if we're not doing anything else in this country. She's making it seem like as soon as they come here, America just starts working. Because Black Americans ain't working. Let's continue.
Or any sentence at all? They're excelling? Not our fault. I'd like you to look deeply into your own self and your own situation. Migrants come here with a mentality for a better life. You guys have the life right here, and you guys didn't even want it. You threw it down the drain. Crazy. And now you think that Mr. Trump deporting Black and brown people is it's not gonna make your life better. But it will. Mr. Trump, here's the thing. I said no welfare for no able-bodied people in America. Take it away. We don't care about their kids, because here's the thing. I didn't breed them to give them their kids, Mr. Trump. Take it away from all those fucks. And let's see how it works out for them, Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, here's the thing. You know what? They're really teaching me that I need to focus on what you're doing and realize that what you're doing is really not a bad thing, sir. It's really not a bad thing. So, Mr. Trump, can you agree with me that once you're finished deporting, all these great people that have worked, that have supported our economy, that those evil fucks wants you to get out, Mr. Trump, can you just let me know when you take them off the welfare system and when we're going to give them those jobs, sir? Mr. Trump, you told us the other day that you were going to get jobs in the factories. Mr. Trump, that's a great job. Take them out of cotton fields and put them right in the factories. Mr. Trump, I'm not against that either. I'm not against that, sir. But as long as you can promise me that you're going to take off of welfare, food stamps, Section 8, and Obama, whatever care it's called now, then, Mr. Trump, here's the thing. They will learn to appreciate life.
I've never been so confused and angry at somebody who looks like a female version of Bill Cosby ever in my life. This is the most egregious type of statement that I want to say that I've heard thus far, and this is probably my second or third time, because I did try to edit it, but it was a little bit, difficult. So, my apologies for the cursing that slipped directly through, just in case you may have kids directly in the room. My apologies. But like I said, all of the stereotypes, she brought up cotton fields. I'm like, you're older than me, so maybe you might have seen some cotton fields. Like I'm not, maybe she might be having some flashbacks or something. Like I don't know. Maybe back in Haiti, some cotton fields was happening, and and that type of stuff was going on. I don't know. But it's crazy to bring up cotton fields in 2026. Like what are you talking about? Like, are you going through like a sundown phase or something like that? Like Alzheimer's, dementia? Like I'm not sure specifically what's happening, but she needs to be checked out. I don't think her health is completely all there. I don't think she really got the facilities or the faculties to really hold this conversation, because the stuff that she's saying is just stereotypical. She don't have the numbers or anything to really back up anything that she's stating. She's just parroting the exact same stereotypes that other people out here have parroted. That's it. She not saying nothing brand new. Ain't saying nothing brand new. But like I said, let's keep going.
and appreciate sacrifices that families made to move to this America. So, Mr. Trump, once once you succeed in getting what you want to get done, let's put the African Americans to work, sir. Sir, let's put them to work, sir. Please and thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Tout haïtien qui la m'bal parle anglais fermé dans nous. Excusez-moi vidéo up long. Mama, you are black American. You not better than us, honey. You not better than us. Listen, you open your eyes and open your ear to hear me. They hate you too. They only hate Asian people, no? You too, you include. You know why? Because your skin is black. Same when you born in USA. Same when you are. They say you. Why they put you when you fill a paper? They put black African American. Why did they put you American? Why? Why they now they put black African American? Why they do that? Because they not consider you like American. Mama, open your eyes. They hate you too. They hate you too. Okay, mama? Stop talking about Asian. You know why the government say Asian people, Asian? They know when they say Asian, they got power on us. They know when they say Asian, they shine. Because Asian people have the light. We are the light. We are the light. When they say Asian people, you shine in the world. Every nation see you. That's why they always like to Asian people. But that doesn't mean they like you too, mama. We are the same thing. You're not better than me, mama. Stop talking about Asian people. Stop talking about us. Okay, mama? I was working at Walmart. I see the way treat you like your skin. I see the way they treat you at Walmart. They don't treat you better than me. Mama, please open your eyes. You are not white people. White people doesn't like black people. Okay, mama? Leave Asian people alone. Okay? You will not get, mama. What to twice na muda, mama.
I just noticed in the translation, because of how thick her accent is, it kept translating to Asian, but she meant Haitian. It'd be like that. Like I said, this whole thing, it has nothing to do with Black Americans. Everybody has this unique fixation with Black Americans as if we are the causation and we are the ones that caused this problem and this issue, and we didn't. We didn't give y'all the temporary status, and we did not take this away. Y'all did this. Y'all thought everything was all good, and this is what happened. Like I said, I really feel like this woman was bleaching. I'm not sure if that's a filter or if she bleached. I have never in my life seen a Haitian that light. Let me tell y'all something. Because like I said, I knew some people that were Haitian. They told me that it's very hot directly up over there. Like, this woman is light. I'm like, I don't know how you survive it. Like, you had to be in the shade all of your life. If you was up over out there, you had to be. Because there was no way that you were surviving. Like, you were going to burn up to a crisp. Burn up. But like I said, man, this is how crazy it is, man. All these folks, they want to get online, they want to grandstand, they want to try to quote unquote educate and tell Black Americans something. And y'all ain't saying nothing to us. You got this woman screaming in her car talking about like they don't like you, they don't like you, they don't like you, they don't. We get that. We understand history, we understand how America is, but this is still home. This is still home. So like I said, no matter which way you sit up there and slice it, home is home. So we're going to deal with it the same way that we've always dealt with it historically, right? But again, that's not your problem, and that should not be your concern. But like I said, they keep trying to bring it up as if they actually care, and they don't. Like I said, just think back to a lot of the Black Americans here. Think back to all of the situations and problems that we had in the United States, and how a lot of these folks were just staying silent. They weren't really moving. They weren't really saying anything or whatnot or whatever. But then as soon as they had problems in the United States, they were calling Black Americans to action, like, yo, we need your bodies. We need boots on the ground. We need y'all to speak out, use your platforms, and this, that, and the third. And Black Americans were like, nah, we see how y'all been moving. Y'all ain't really been doing anything. So we about to do the exact same thing that y'all did. Nothing. And now they want to get mad. Like I said, that's where a lot of this stems from. They're mad because over the last year or so, whatnot or whatever, that TPS and all of this status stuff has been thrown in the air, thrown in limbo, that Black Americans ain't been saying nothing, ain't been moving. We ain't been using our platforms, ain't been using our voices, ain't been putting our bodies out there. We haven't been protesting. They're mad that we're not giving any energy to this. And we told people, like, yeah, we're not doing that because every time that we happen to step out and step forward, things happen. And people were able to see and realize that when Black people were not on the front lines for a lot of these protests, magically the police weren't really moving how they normally move. Because if Black Americans were directly out there, peaceful protests, hey, stuff would have been happening. People would have got maimed. People would have been hurt. Some lives would have been lost that were Black American, and yada, yada, yada. And then everybody else would have just been like sitting at home and be like, well. So like I said, we ain't doing that. Like I said, we are not going to be the causation of the collapse of the United States by way of any type of civil unrest, by way of any catalyst trying to lead us into any type of war, whatnot, or whatever. It'll be all of y'all doing that. We are not about to sit up there and do it. We've been for way too long. Black Americans have been at the helm to be blamed or the poster children for so much stuff going on here that really is outside of the scope of any power that we have, but yet we're still the poster child for it. So it's like, this one, y'all got it. We're not doing it. And we're not about to sit up there and fall for any of this nonsense that any of y'all other groups are either, doing, either because you're being paid to or whatnot or whatever, or indirectly. We're not about to sit up there and fall for none of that nonsense. Y'all can say whatever it is that y'all want to sit up there and say. It's not going to make us budge. Good luck on that. Good luck on that. Like I said, we are not about to be the catalyst for nothing. You can keep trying, though. You can keep trying. So now we're going to go to a great one here. And I saved this one, technically directly for last. And I will have a solo video technically about this as well, too. Where you got Tariq Nasheed. And he was going back and forth with this Haitian individual. And she was talking a lot of greasy nonsense, stuff that just didn't make any type of sense. So we're going to take a listen and see what was happening in this conversation.
Sorry. The 35 states that you do have, like, you know this, Tariq. You know this. Okay, let's not
okay, don't talk over me. Don't,
you guys pull up.
Okay, she knows she's full of ladies and gentlemen. That's why she'll say some bull. Just get to babbling because I'm gonna counter this horse crap she's saying. Haiti didn't sell Louisiana area to us. You didn't sell the Louisiana area to the United States. What are you talking about?
Oh my God. Let's
you don't know this?
All right, let's not say that I'm wrong. What is your stance on it?
You didn't sell. You didn't sell this. You didn't own Louisiana.
So say what happened.
What happened?
How did you get the 35 states?
Ma'am, what happened with the Louisiana Purchase, that wasn't a flex, ma'am. Napoleon had to sell the Louisiana area to the United States because he was overextended with so many wars he was fighting, and that expanded slavery. That didn't really help us, ma'am.
What are you talking about,
ma'am, it expanded slavery. They had more territory to expand slavery. That wasn't a flex, ma'am. You so damn, okay, I'm not going to be insulting, but that sounds dumb. You're just saying stuff. This is say stuffism. And also, let's get into Chicago.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Let's get into Chicago.
DeSable. When did he go up there to Chicago?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
DeSable, who went up there to Chicago, one of the founders of Chicago. DeSable.
Yeah, he was Haitian. Yeah, he was one of the Haitians. The ones you call Haitian, right? The one we call Imperial Haiti. We are kings and queens, but go ahead.
It wasn't Imperial Haiti. It wasn't even Haiti yet. It was Saint-Domingue, if that were where he's from.
It was Imperial Haiti, Taurus.
It wasn't Imperial Haiti. And it hasn't even been proven that he was actually from Saint-Domingue. It wasn't even Haiti yet, ma'am. It wasn't Imperial Haiti. He wasn't technically Haitian. And it hasn't even been proven that he was from Saint-Domingue. All right? Come on now. You're just saying stuff, dear. What are you going to do about all of these deportations? How are you going to work that out? I know the history, ma'am. You dealing with somebody who's dealt with this history. Go ahead. Unmute your mic, ma'am.
You want to do what the white man did to you and erase your history, and then that's what you're trying to do to ours.
You just saying,
and I don't appreciate that.
You erase your history by fleeing from your home.
Let's move on. What's up now? What did you have to say about Haiti? Everybody in the comment section, the one that was what you guys have to say about Haiti?
Ma'am,
what else you gotta say? Let's fast forward. Yes, they ended TPS, but there's still another 20 million Haitians here legally.
Ma'am, what you gonna do when your family gets sent back?
So let me pause it right there. She said there are 20 million Haitians currently in the United States, right? Easy type in, right? It says, no, there are not 20 million Haitians in America. According to the demographic data and the United States Census Bureau, there are approximately 1.2 million to 1.5 million people of full or partial Haitian descent living in the United States, right? So they go to the figures. It said Haitian immigrants around 700,000 to 800,000 foreign-born individuals. Haitian Americans approximately 600,000 to 700,000 United States-born residents with at least a Haitian parent. The population is highly concentrated in specific regions across the country, primarily on the East Coast. The top states for Haitian settlements include Florida, home to nearly half of all Haitian Americans; New York, the second largest population; Massachusetts, the third, and I think the fourth that was listed in some other stuff that I looked up was Connecticut, right? So those are the main four areas: Florida, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut. Right. So again, she wanted to say that there's 20 million Haitians in the United States. Now, let's go to what the population of Haiti is, right? So type that in real quick. So it states that the total population of Haiti is approximately 12 million. So you got 12 million Haitians in Haiti. So I'm just trying to get these quick maths, right? Haiti has 12. She wanted to state that there are 20 million Haitians in the United States. The math is not mathing. How would you get 20 million? So in general, out of the whole planet, you would have about 32 million Haitians, if her numbers are correct, 32 million Haitians, but 20 of which are in the United States. That doesn't make any type of sense. Why would people who are so proud of where it is that they come from, 20 million deep, just come directly to the United States? That doesn't make any type of sense. That seems like a lot of running and fleeing. This is why I be sitting up here talking about where these folks they get online and they just start talking reckless. They don't have no numbers to back up anything when it deals with any of the stuff that they just so happen to state, and they think that people aren't going to catch it and correct them on their nonsense. Like, this is crazy. This is why I told people you got to pay attention to listen to these folks. They will lie to you with a straight face, in your face, straight lie to you, and claim that it's the truth. Let's keep going.
What do you mean? We could build Haiti. It's our country. Let me tell you something.
What you so
Regardless of what your people has already done to it.
Then what you so mad at then? If you going, why y'all crying and kicking and screaming about going back? Why are you not over there building it then? Why are you over here whining at us?
Is it not, Tariq? I'm not even angry. We're just having a conversation about it, right?
20 million.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not on TPS, but I could have a stance.
Did you say 20 million Haitians? Where?
Yeah, we have over 20 million legal Haitians here that are naturalized Haitians, not Haitian American that was born
20 million Haitians here?
Yes, we do.
Is this woman on crack? Is she on drugs?
Oh my goodness! No, I don't come from that generation.
Ain't no 20 million Haitians over here.
That's no generation.
Where are 20 million Haitians?
All right. Scattered all over the United States.
What do you think?
It's scattered around. Okay, I know how many people. I'm not going to say it's around 20-ish million. It might be a little bit more. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
How many Haitians do you think is here? How many people do you think is Haitian? You probably don't even know somebody that you walk past as a Haitian, because what do Haitians look like at the end of the day?
20 million Haitians get over here?
No? Oh my goodness.
How in the world would 20 million Haitians get to the United States?
Exactly. What do you mean, how did 20 million Haitians? Did you hear how many just came over?
How many?
Did you hear what Stephen Miller said? At least 11 million alone illegally. But legally, there's over 20 million already here. You know,
No,
so
it's not.
you're 350,000. Let me tell you something. These Haitians ain't going
Ma'am, that's
nowhere, okay?
logistically
Let's
impossible.
talk. You want to talk about the TPS, the thing that you had put on, right?
Okay,
That's what you
just
guys
said,
are.
ma'am, you're not just gonna say it and then just change the subject.
Exactly.
It's logistically impossible for 20 million Haitians to be in the United States.
Yeah.
That is, you just saying, ma'am.
No, I'm not, Tariq. How would you know?
Ain't no
You're a
20
Black
million
American, right?
Haitians.
You're foundational Black American. You know nothing else except for being foundational Black American
I know
and
you
being
full
so
of it.
proud of
What?
that. It's nothing to be proud of. It took
What
you
you
guys
mean it's nothing to be
400 years
proud
to
of?
get out of slavery, so let's not even go there.
See? Oh, the disrespect is so great. Oh my God. Yo, I told y'all, dog. I kid y'all not. When I sit up there and tell y'all, when I talk about these things and I try to give y'all as much proof as possible, I gave y'all multiple videos of Haitians coming online and being disrespectful. This woman was like, hey, y'all ain't really sit up there and do nothing. It took y'all 400 years to do this, that, and the third. Wow. And then she was like, yeah, y'all in America, but how you don't know nothing else about America but except being foundational, Black American. You don't know anything else. So how would you know how many Haitians are here? What? This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my, that skin bleaching must be, it's live over there. Because, like I said, to see, you got a Haitian woman that's trying to look like a blonde, looking like a white Barbie doll with blonde hair. That's crazy to me. That is crazy. You got frizzy type of hair from like the 80s on top of wearing that headband, which is more than likely covering up the hairline for it, on top of bleaching your skin. But you're a Haitian woman. That's why I've never in my lifetime seen, and I work with Haitian women, I've never in my lifetime seen a Haitian woman with that skin complexion. That's wild. That's wild. You looking real raw. You looking very undercooked at this moment in time. I bet the son is sitting up there looking like, what happened? I thought we had a relationship here. Like, what happened? It's like, yo, let's get going though.
Yeah.
But seriously, let's not even go.
Yeah. And you got out of slavery and then had to pay France. Y'all just finished paying France a decade ago. So what you talking about? Ma'am, really? What you gonna I know you ain't trying to flex on nothing. Ma'am, y'all just finished paying France off a decade ago for your freedom. Are we gonna go there? Ma'am, 20 million. There's less than 1 million Haitians over here. Ain't no 20 million. It's less than 1 million of y'all over here. Unmute your microphone. You just saying stuff.
There's just the city of Miami is 2 million. So what are you talking about?
2 million Haitians
yes,
in
it
Miami.
is. Oh my
Ma'am,
goodness.
you just saying stuff.
I'm
Ma'am,
not just saying stuff,
20 to 2 million.
Talk about us.
I live here.
Ma'am, your homeland
Go
don't
look
even
it
have
up.
your
Go look
homeland
it up.
doesn't your homeland doesn't even have a running president right now, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, it does.
Who's the president?
The Atelier guy, the
don't even
Atelier
know.
guy, he literally just took office like literally 6 months ago. So yes, we do have a president now.
He's not a president. He's not the president. No, he's not.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
He is
I'm
not
telling you
the
the truth. Yes, he
president, ma'am.
is. Then who is?
He's
Then who
not the
is?
president.
Then who
Nobody.
is?
He's not the president of Haiti.
Why are you saying that? Because he is. He literally
not
has
the
been sworn
president of
in as the
Haiti.
president, but he's been sworn in. He has a whole cabinet on his
No, he doesn't.
administration. So how is he not president?
Ma'am, Barbecue is your president over there. You don't have a president over there.
Barbecue is one of the gang leaders. How is he our president?
Right.
He's a gang leader, just like you guys got gang leaders.
Yeah, but
There's
the
no
gang leaders don't
difference.
run the country, though.
But yes, they do. They run Los
no, they
Angeles.
don't.
They
No,
run
they don't.
Chicago.
No, they don't.
Let's just pause this real quick. This is a quick type in. I said, who's the president of Haiti? They said the office of the president of Haiti is currently vacant. So again, she's a liar. I just typed it in. I literally just typed it in. Right? They said following a political crisis and the dissolution of the Transitional President Council, or CPT, on February 7th of 2026, you got Alex Dieter, Phyllis Amy. Like I said, I don't, It's going to be butchered. He serves as the country's sole executive leader in the role as prime minister and de facto head of state. So yeah, they don't have a president. He's just there just because. It's not, they don't got a president that everybody voted on. They went through the political campaign and all this. That's not what happened. So again, Tariq is correct. They don't have a president. It is currently vacant for all intents and purposes. Like I said, and it's crazy how she don't know this and she's Haitian. Like, this is wild. I'm Black American, and all I did was a quick search, and that was the information that I got. I'm like, she could have looked up all of this stuff before she said anything, or even after, and corrected herself. She opted not to do it. Like I said, she said there was 20 million Haitians in the United States. That's lies. You got barely 2 million here, and y'all are only in 4 states, right? And then further in the conversation, it went from 20 down to 2 million. I'm like, do you know how to count? Do you know how to read words? I'm like, that's a massive drop. That's a massive increase, and then that's a massive drop. And then you want to sit up there and say that you got a president, and then when you were questioned on it, you started stuttering and you didn't even know the president's name. You didn't even know how to even pronounce it. But you Haitian though. But this is the country that you're proud of. And y'all did this and that, but you don't know nothing about where it is that you're from. Come on, dog. Like, yo, this is crazy. But you sitting up there telling us, all you know is about how to be Black American and all this other type of stuff. Yeah, he know the actual number of what the population of Haitians are here. What you talking about? And he know that y'all don't got a president. How he know all of this stuff and you don't know it about your own people? That's wild to me. That's wild to me. But let's keep going.
Yeah, they do.
Name
they run Jacksonville, Florida. They do.
Name the gang member who runs Chicago.
Why do I have to name them? I'm not in a gang culture.
You're just making it up.
But come on, this
because you're just saying, ma'am.
So let me just also pause that because I forgot to cover that. Now notice how again they got gangs. I'm talking about hundreds of gangs over there in Haiti, but she wants to sit up there and state, just like the previous dude. He was like, yeah, Haitians, we sit up there and run Florida and other states directly, right? Falsify a claim. This woman is claiming that gangs run the whole state. Wherever there are Bloods and Crips, they just run all of those states. I'm like, what are you talking about? We went from talking about your president that you said exists that realistically doesn't exist to now you trying to flip it to Black Americans in the United States and say that our president or whatnot, whatever, is basically Bloods and Crips and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, talking crazy, being disrespectful, just talking stereotypes directly about here. Like I said, wild work with these folks. Well, let's keep going.
Don't no gang leader run Chicago. None of that. You're just saying stuff, dear. You don't have a president in your homeland. Barbecue is your president over there. He's your de facto president. You don't have a president. You don't have a functioning economy, ma'am. You can't flex on nothing. That's why you over here with us with your wig and cake soap. Huh? Huh? Come on, ma'am, with that blonde wig looking like a bunch of ramen noodles hanging off your head. Hop on, ma'am. Come on. You just saying stuff.
Yeah.
This is what you did last time. I'm gonna just hop off because you're just so racist. I'm gonna just say like this.
Racist at anything. But
you and hate. You just want to divide the culture.
Okay, you're not. Thank you. You're not gonna sit here just lying. Everything out your mouth is a lie.
Brother.
Oh, 20 million nations over here. What are you talking about? Talking about they sold us Louisiana? No, you didn't. They be saying anything, man. Good freaking grief. I know you ain't trying to flex, and your country don't even have a sitting president. That dude ain't no president. There's no president in Haiti right now. Haiti does not have a president. Yeah? They just saying stuff out of desperation. This delineation is whooped on them. Mm-hmm. And yeah, she would call up. She didn't think that TPS thing would pop off. This woman been calling up talking cash. We told her, hey, fat meat is greasy now.
Yep.
She thought she was good. Ain't no 20 million Haitians over here. Man, now, hey, she knows if she get, because I think she might get sent back.
Yep.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, she's shook right now. Her status is up in the air. That's why she's mad. And she's going to get sent back with that blonde wig and ain't going to be no cake soap. She's going to go back to her original color with that original hairstyle. Peppercorn.
She's going to have that rebuild
right? She's going to be looking like buckwheat in about 3 months when she gets sent back. That wig and cake soap is going to dry right up. And that's what she's mad at.
Ew.
That woman is scared. That's fear, ladies and gentlemen. That is fear in that woman's voice.
Yep.
All right? She's sitting over there with all that cake soap filter and that ramen noodle wig. When she get back over there with barbecue and them, ain't gonna be no access to the cake soap or the wigs or nothing. She gonna be looking like Kodak Black with titties. So that's what she's mad at right now, ladies and gentlemen.
That's wild. That's cold-blooded. So let's go back to Bill Cosby real quick, right? So I just want to read this information real quick because she wanted to say that Tariq was racist because he wanted to basically disprove or give pushback, right? So it says Haiti is currently facing a catastrophic public health crisis driven by a near total collapse of the healthcare infrastructure, rampant gang violence, and extreme poverty. According to the World Health Organization, or WHO, nearly 5 million people in the country require urgent health assistance. Infection and waterborne disease, cholera. After a brief period of elimination, cholera resurged due to poor water infrastructure. It remains a major persistent threat in overcrowded displacement camps. Tuberculosis and HIV. Haiti has some of the highest rates of tuberculosis and HIV in the Americas, with treatment severely interrupted by civil unrest. Vector-borne diseases. Dengue fever and malaria are widespread, aggravated by standing water and tropical storms. Rabies. Haiti suffers from the highest rate of human rabies deaths in the Western Hemisphere due to low animal vaccination rates. Acute malnourishment and food insecurity. Over half of the Haitian population face acute hunger due to gang enforcement barricades on ports and major supply roads. Child malnourishment. Mobile clinics report an overwhelming surge in severely malnourished children, which impairs immune systems and leaves them vulnerable to common childhood illnesses. Trauma, violence, and mental health. Gunshot wounds. Severe trauma injuries from ongoing armed conflicts have flooded the few remaining operational emergency rooms. Gender-based violence. SV has skyrocketed. Survivors face immense hurdles trying to access emergency contraception and other things or psychological care. Mental health neglect, intense trauma, and mass displacement have triggered a severe mental health crisis. There are currently no operational public psychiatric facilities in the country. Maternal and infant mortality. Haitians' maternal and infant mortality rates are the highest in the Western Hemisphere, sitting at up to 5 times the regional average. Because traveling to a clinic is deeply unsafe, many women are forced to give birth at home or in temporary shelters without any medical assistance. Systematic collapse of healthcare delivery. Facility closures. Gang violence and looting have forced more than 70% of health facilities in the capital city of Port-au-Prince to shut down completely. Medical staff brain drain. A massive portion of Haitian doctors, nurses, and specialists have fled the country due to targeted kidnapping and safety threats. Severe supply shortages. Blockaded roads prevent the delivery of clean water, electricity, anesthetics, antibiotics, and routine vaccines, leaving the remaining hospitals operating on the brink of total failure. So, like I said before, it's crazy how a lot of these folks, when you read off those stats or you know the information, they want to pull off and they want to sit up and say that you're racist. They want to say that you're divisive. They want to say that you're hate-filled. That's exactly what the Haitian woman wanted to do with Tariq, because he gave pushback, because he disagreed, because she could not pull up any information herself on her side. She wanted to, devolve into like, oh, you're racist, you're this, you're that. You don't have any proof of anything that you're saying, even still after the fact, as all of the claims you try to make about Tariq. You don't got nothing. So you wanted to leave in frustration. You wanted to, oh, we're just having a conversation. Nah, you just telling lies. you just telling lies, and he not letting you float with that. Like the same way that you floated over here on that boat, he is not letting you float directly with those lies when it was that live stream. He ain't doing that. Like I said, you came to the right one at the right time. Like I said before, that's crazy. Y'all got all of those problems directly over there. Y'all got a whole bunch of SV. I understand why the women are afraid to go back there because of what's going to potentially happen. I get that. But like I said before, y'all said that y'all built a lot of stuff, that y'all established a lot of stuff, that, you know, you freed yourselves from the country when it deals with the French and all this other type of stuff. With all of the things that you gained here in the United States, if you go back, shouldn't that, you know, better prepare the people there? Can't you take the knowledge of everything that you learn in the United States back there to empower and educate those people? Like I said, I also talked about in a previous live stream the illiteracy rate, the high illiteracy rate that deals with Haiti as well too, when it deals with the collapse of the infrastructure of the school system and everything else of the sort. Like I said, it's in shambles all over the place. Like I said, they just told you that they got nurses and doctors that fled Haiti. They just left the people that were in need because they were like, yo, my life is more important. I'm not about to sit up there and risk my life trying to get to you when I got all these blockades, I got these gangs and all this other type of stuff, and I'm risking my life trying to do the right thing. I'm not doing it. I'm dipping. And that's what they did. And they did not look back. But yet y'all want to sit up there and get online in several videos and talk about Black Americans. Y'all want to talk about how it is that y'all doing better than us. It's easy for you to do better in the United States, but you can't say that you're doing better than us back home. How about that one? Let's make that a race. Let's see who is going to do better in their homelands. Black Americans or Haitians or Black Americans. Let's have that for a race. Let's have that for a debate. I bet you're not going to do that, because you know the uphill battle that you're going to have to face when you go directly back there. Matter of fact, I actually gave you guys a video earlier this year where it dealt with a Haitian man and his wife. The Haitian dude was getting deported. His wife was like, all right, I'm going to actually go with you. Right. And they're back there in Haiti, you know, surviving and trying to make, you know, things, you know, work however it is that they're going to sit up there and work. And I brought to you guys another video where a Haitian woman basically showed the area of which that she is stating, where it is that she takes a shower, where it is that she goes directly to the bathroom, which is basically concrete. And there's a hole directly in the concrete, which is basically the toilet. Like I said, everything is in shambles. It's looking horrible, completely horrible. But like I said, folks want to run their mouths and they want to talk about Black Americans. Y'all want to continuously blame us, but yet back home is looking completely crazy. We don't have Black Americans don't got nothing to do with what's happening or what's going to be waiting for you back there in Haiti. We don't got nothing to do with that. But y'all want to bring all of this energy. Y'all want to bring all of this focus. Y'all want to be so fixated specifically on Black Americans. Y'all got all this rah. Y'all got all of this mouth directly for us, but you don't got none of this energy for the people that's specifically doing this to you. That's wild. That's 100% wild. And then I got to point this directly to the Pan-Africans out there. This is y'all fault. For the Pan-Africans out there, this is all y'all fault, because y'all sat up there and told all of these folks that we're all one, we're all the same, that everybody who got the same skin complexion are all one. But I've been consistently listening to these videos where these Haitians have literally stated that they are Haitian and then that we are Black Americans. So who's being divisive here? Who's the one that's being a separatist here? Would it be me specifically speaking as, you know, a Black American and pointing this out, or would it be the Haitians specifically stating that there's a difference between Haitians and Black Americans and Black Americans and Haitians? Like, which one is it? I'm just trying to figure out, because every single time that we cover these videos and we go over this content online, we get hit with like, oh, you guys are xenophobic. You guys are anti-Black. You guys are anti-immigrant. You guys are anti-this. You guys are hateful. You guys are racist. We get labeled everything in a book, but we didn't pass none of the laws or the rules or the regulations. We don't got control over none of this, but y'all got all this energy for us. But y'all the same folks that set up there said that y'all freed yourselves from the French. But at the same time, when the United States government is specifically pointing to you, at you, and specifically pointing out Haitians and be like, all right, we're about to pack you up. Y'all be like, we don't care about the United States government. It's the Blacks. It's the Black Americans. That's the problem. Y'all the reason that we're in this predicament. No, we're not. Like I said before, how is it possible that you can be here for 15, 20, 25, 30 some odd years and you don't got your paperwork, dog? I'm still trying to wait. I'm still trying to figure that one out. I'm waiting for somebody to make an excuse to give me something. Like I said, Pan-Africans, where y'all at? Y'all need to pull up and let me know, how is it possible that y'all allowed a lot of these immigrants to come over here talking all greasy to Black Americans, right? Y'all allowed them that leeway to do it. You defended them. You body blocked directly for them. You shielded them. And you didn't, while allowing them to do that, y'all didn't make sure that they had their paperwork. What happened? Pan-Africans, what specifically happened? You failed the Haitians and the other immigrants, and then you also allowed them to sit up there and do this. Y'all failed on two fronts. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, y'all want to create this whole diaspora and all this other type of stuff, but y'all lacking when it deals with these folks not getting their proper papers. But y'all real smooth and cool with them sitting up there talking about Black Americans, real greasy though, right? Like I said, y'all did this, and then the prominent Pan-Africans and all these other folks directly online, I don't see them giving no pushback when it deals with these conversations. They ignore this on purpose. They don't look at this on purpose. They don't talk about this on purpose. What they tend to do is they'll be like, this is that and the third, but really, let's look at these Black Americans. Let's look at what they do to the immigrants. Let's look at how they attack and talk about the immigrants and all this. Like I said, man, like, yo, it's a whole game, and the jig is up. Like, that's wild to me. That's 100% wild. Like I said, where are all of these Pan-Africans at when it deals with these conversations? Like I said, where are all of like the Roland Martins at? What's the other one from the Grits and whatever podcast? Like that dude, Consciously. Where are all of these folks at? Because a lot of these folks are the main ones that always got the utmost to say about Black Americans. But then when these conversations show up, I don't see them saying nothing. Like I said, this is wild work. But like I said, I blame the Pan-Africans on this. Because y'all sit idly by and allow this type of talk to sit up there and happen, this type of disrespect, because Pan-Africans don't view themselves the same as Black Americans. They feel that they are separate and all this other type of stuff. So this is why they just let this stuff happen. And this is why this has been a festering problem for a very, very, very long time within the Black community. And again, these are the same folks that say that Black Americans don't have culture. But I'm like, wouldn't that also include the Pan-Africans? But I guess the Pan-Africans, they're safe because they're like, I'm African and I know this and I know that and I know da-da-da-da and all this other type of stuff. But yet at the same time, the Pan-Africans are not the ones leaving America and becoming, African, whatever, African citizens. You keep talking about online how great Africa is, but I don't see millions of Pan-Africans moving directly over there to Africa. But I see Black Americans who went directly over there to Africa, and they're telling a whole different side. They're telling a whole different story of how it is that they're getting treated, seen, and deemed. How they're getting robbed, how prices are, magically going up when they're over there. But when it deals with like other Africans and white folks or Europeans, the price is pretty much moderate. But Black Americans got to pay an exorbitant amount. Like I said, it's crazy, man. It's like I said, it's a wild game out here. It is a very wild game. Very wild game. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to the super chats. We got Kyle, who said he sent the $2 dono. He said they say 1804, but can't expel the troublemakers, right? Shout out for the $2 dono. And then we got the brother Mahoko. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you for doing this live stream. Said you much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, it was a random live stream. I didn't actually have a plan to do a live stream. I was actually going to do a video format, but I'm like, hey, whatever. I'll just sit up there and do, a live stream and, different things of that sort. And I also want to give a shout out. Who was that? It was another person that dropped some gems. We got Tommy7, who dropped 200 jewels. Shout out to you. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And we got Scotty Singleton that dropped the Laughing Disco for 250 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. For those jewels directly in the chat, as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, this whole thing is crazy. This whole thing is crazy. And I get the whole thing where you got folks that want to sit up there and say that we should ignore it and just not give them no energy. But it's like it gets to the point where people are talking so stupid that you can't ignore. You gotta put down some correction. You have to give pushback, because if you don't, that gives the leeway for everybody else to start talking crazy and to just start saying anything is truth. We don't got no time for that. Like I said, it's already enough that you had this Haitian woman going on stereotypes when it deals with Black Americans. She was just talking reckless. She was listing every single stereotype that Black Americans have ever heard being stated in the United States. That's all she did. And she was just sitting up there smiling, talking about pudding pops every single time. Had the whole Bill Cosby face and everything. The pudding, like all of that type of stuff. Like I said, it's crazy to me. It's 1,000% crazy to get on here and start talking reckless about a group of people who have, in a sense, laid down the foundation for why it is that you're even comfortable enough to even be here. Like I said, you didn't make yourself comfortable. You didn't sit up there and go through the trials and tribulations. No blood, sweat, and tears. There's no bodies of your people directly on the ground, about hundreds of thousands, millions, and whatnot, or whatever. None of that. It's us. It's our people. We got both marked graves and we got unmarked graves, and we got graves that are now still being found at this moment in time. But like I said, you got these folks out here talking real greasy and reckless, real disrespectful, claiming that they got more skin in the game, that they did more in America than Black Americans have ever done. That's ridiculous. Historically, that's inaccurate. Like I said before, this is the type of disrespect that happens, and I'm laying this directly at the feet of these Pan-Africans. Y'all let this happen because y'all never put these people directly in check. These are the same people that you body block for, that you sheltered, that you wanted to sit up there and say we're a part of this big diaspora and we're this, we're that, and everybody's all Black. But yet at the same time, while saying that, they're online sitting up saying like, no, they're not Black American. Me no Black, me no Black, me no Black. Like I said, it's crazy. It's 100% crazy out here. Wild work, man. Like I said. So yeah, as stated before, matter of fact, hold on, wait. Before I decide to do that, let me see. I think I did get one more video. It was of a young lady. Oh, matter of fact, let me post this video, right? And this is from a Hispanic dude. Right, hold on, let me see if that
Dominican and Haitian can be a
right. So let me spot this right real quick. And this is something that I was talking about earlier. He said, it stated in the video, it says about 30% of Haitians who enter the United States through Biden's humanitarian program are actually Dominican, using Haitian passports to get in, right? So let's just look at this real quick.
Calling a Dominican a Haitian can be offensive, and I am Dominican by infection, not by injection. I injected the Dominican, the wife, okay? Yo la inyecté, and she gave me the greatest STD of all, love. So I'm starting to understand Dominican politics, and it's hard for me to grasp that Dominicans traveled to the USA, to New York, with Haitian passports. Yes, Haitians arrested their director of immigration, Antoine Jean Fenelon. Why did they arrest him? Because he was selling passports on the side. Eso es lo que yo no entiendo. Si tú eres dominicano y siempre han odiado a los haitianos, ¿cómo es posible? How is it possible that you could use this to your advantage? Because it's about the governments and not the people. The governments are arguing with each other, and they'll never admit who's wrong. They'll never say, hey, we should actually get together. No. When you see how Haitians live in Dominican Republic, in Lobate, how they have them in situations that you would deem fit for no fucking human, eso llora ante los ojos de Dios, mi hermano. And to have the president, Luis Abinader, to run his political campaign the same way that Trump ran his political campaign against Mexicans, it's fucking eye-opening. It's baffling. And to Haitians, the Haitians to be like, hey, stop fucking selling our passports to whomever. Yes, they wasn't only sold to Dominicans. 30% of them, though, 30% of the people 30% of the Haitians that came to the U.S. in the past year weren't Haitians. Haitians had a temporary protection status. Yes, the country was going through shit. Do you remember that the gangs took over the government, that they were having fucking earthquakes, the country was being, the same thing that happened to Cuba, that you had temporary protective status and it was canceled. Who canceled it? Guess, bitch. Adivina quién dijo, no, esto no puede ser más nada. El cabroncito, el orangután, yeah, because he hates fucking everybody. The president of Dominican Republic loves him though. Don't break the law while you're breaking the law. He broke the law by selling the fake passport. They're real passports. They're not fake passports. That's the main problem. They're real Haitian passports to fake Haitian people. You see the problem? And then he wasn't putting money into the government for it. So the government saw an influx of Haitians in other countries. They're like, wait a second. Where's the money that we're supposed to be getting in taxes from selling all of these passports? Puñete como termina, bro. The end of that is even better than the setup. Pero you're a boomer and can't figure out how to go to YouTube to finish it. Can't you? Can't you, boomer?
Right? So we saw that. Let's go back to the very first part. About 30% of Haitians who enter the United States through Biden's humanitarian program are actually Dominican. I could have sworn Dominicans said that their spot is better than Haitians, but yet y'all sitting up there using Haitian passports in order to get to other places. I'm highly confused. I don't really even understand how this even works. And I want to also note that a lot of Dominicans will sit up there and say, hey, papi, me no black, and they're darker than me. they are darker than, they got more melanin than me, and they be like, hey, me no black, me Dominican. I'm like, word. I'm like, if we look at side to side, I'm like, yo, you make me look light skinned. I'm like, yo, this is crazy out here. But hey, all right, you got it. Me no black. Doing a cha-cha slide, merengue, and mambo number 5. Me no black. Like, that's crazy. That is 100% wow. Actually, I do got a video of a Cuban that was saying some stuff too. But I'll probably leave that for a different day. Like, yo, it is 1,000% crazy out here. It is 1,000% crazy. Let me tell you something. Lord have mercy. People gonna figure it out though. People are going to figure it out. Like I said before, a lot of people voted against their own best interest, and they place themselves directly within these predicaments. And a lot of these folks, they get here and they think that they're better than Black Americans. And people are learning specifically what it is and how it is that they signed, a temporary deal with the devil, and it's time to pay up. And when you can't meet that price, when you can't pay up, when you don't got nothing else to sacrifice, hey, it's time. The time is the time. So that means that everything else that you signed that deal for has to stay directly here. You're not taking a house on no boat. You're not taking no business on no boat. You might not even be able to take your bank account. Like I said, all of those cars or whatever it is that chances are that's going to be here, because you already know that you ain't trying to take that back home, because if you take it back home, it's done. Like you about to automatically get robbed. It's going to automatically get taken. It's automatically getting stolen. It's going to be property of those who are directly up over there, who got the guns and everything else. So like I said, you got to start from the ground up. It be like that though. It be like that. Like I said, people are going to find out up here. But again, for all of these folks who want to pull up to the scene and they want to, be like these folks up here, and they want to start talking mess about Black Americans, we're just going to sit back and watch you. We're going to allow you to sit back there and look stupid and be stupid. Like I said, play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. You're going to mess around and you're going to find out. And a lot of people, they've been in that phase for a very long time, but they still don't get it, and they still don't want to listen because they think that they are just that much better than Black Americans. But yet they want to play a reverse Uno card on social media, and they want to tell Black Americans, oh, you think you're better than everybody else. We never said that. Y'all the ones making us the main character. We never stated like, hey, we're the main characters out of the whole planet. No, it's y'all. Y'all have this invisible type of competition with Black Americans. We ain't doing that. That's y'all. We the ones that welcomed you into our communities. It's not the reverse. Y'all didn't welcome us into your communities in America. We welcomed you. We helped you progress. We invested. We shared money and broke bread with you. We invited you to the cookout. We allowed you to take on bits and pieces of our culture. It's not the other way around. But like I said, you can't tell these people, and then they'll get directly on here and start telling bold-faced lies, start weaving tall tales like Rapunzel, like it's crazy. The weave as long as the night is dark. And that's exactly what type of tales that they be weaving out here. It's crazy. It's 100% wild work. But you can't tell these folks nothing, man. So this is why we just got to step back and just let fools be fools. But again, while fools are being fools, give pushback when pushback is needed and deliver the black and white information. Like I said, I told people at a moment in time that the moment when Black Americans decide, like, hey, we're actually going to stand for something. And again, it don't got to be all of us. It could be 25 to 40, 45% standing directly on something, seeing eye to eye directly on the same page, throwing all the other stuff to the wayside. I'm like, you're going to start to see how a lot of folks out here really feel about you. And a lot of the main immigrants who don't even really see eye to eye, really even talk to each other, they started clicking up online, especially when it dealt with the Asian boycott. And everybody magically had an opinion on how it is that Black Americans are going to spend their money. Everybody was like, oh, that's racist that you're not going to spend money with the Asians and this and that and all this other type of stuff. Like, who do you? Matter of fact, hold on. Let me see. Do I got that video up here? I got a video of a South African, and she, in a sense, talked about it. Let me see. Is this the video? I think this is the video right here. So let's listen to this real quick.
Sitting here watching the 30th of June descend on us like a nasty, evil, dark cloud. There's one word that keeps playing in my head over and over again. Hypocrisy. And some of y'all justifying this behavior by saying foreigners are not your friends? Okay. Y'all are telling me that we're sitting around watching our nail techs and lash techs, the people who do our hair, the people who help maintain our homes and our gardens, personal assistants, receptionists, the ones you smile at and recommend to your friends. And yet here we are, supporting a movement that targets those exact same people. What? How do you benefit from someone's labor, tell them that you appreciate the work that they do, and then turn around and blame them as the root cause of all your problems?
Right. So, and again, she stated that she is African, South African, whatever it is, right? And I'm like, I know you're not talking about Africans because I've never seen. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I've never seen an African nail shop. I've seen some Latins, a few, far and in between. I've seen Black American women, and I've of course always seen Asians. So I'm like, I know about African braiding shops and everything of the sort. And there's a reason that the boycott is happening there. And that's, due to the fact of the disrespect. I'm not sure how much that boycott is really still going. But I know when it deals with the Asians, it's one that's pretty much ongoing at this moment in time. And it's because of the history of the Asians here in the United States and who it is that they have systematically decided to side directly with in order to be considered the model minority. Even if it means to sacrifice whatever abilities that they have in order to do it, to show allegiance, they have done it. So again, they sided with folks out there in order to get rid of the quote unquote DEI, which only about 3 to 4% of Black Americans were even benefiting from. And then they made sure to help to get rid of affirmative action, which again, you had more minorities and white women that were benefiting from affirmative action more than Black Americans. And then what ended up happening, the Asians found out. They messed around and found out. Their school admissions to certain colleges dropped significantly. It didn't make it better. They were the ones online sitting up there stating that, Black Americans were, specifically taking seats away from Asians who deserved it. Obviously, I guess you didn't deserve it because your folks ain't really getting admitted at all. I gave you guys a video from mainstream media where a Asian student was getting turned down from a lot of these prestigious colleges up until I think he got accepted into Duke or whatnot or whatever. But all of these Ivy Leagues and all this other type of stuff, they were like, no, it ain't happening. You're not coming here. Like I said, was getting shut down all over the place. Normally, if this was with the quote unquote DEI and affirmative action, he would have had a whole bunch of acceptance letters to pick directly from. It would have been playing any, mini, mighty, mo, but can't sit up there and do that. Now you got to really roll dice. And you got to hope that you're good at rolling dice and you don't crap out. So, like I said, a lot of people, they're getting their turn on the wheel by their own admission, by their actions that they have committed themselves, because they thought it was going to solely benefit them and it was going to really hurt Black Americans and leave us to the wayside and put us far enough behind. Like I said, this is what happens when people think that they are ahead of the game. when they think that they are bigger than the program, this is exactly what happens. This is exactly what happens. Like I said, it's crazy. It's 100% crazy out here. And it be like that. And you got other people that want to sit up there and try to state, oh, also supposedly take it with a grain of salt. I did see a young black woman on here. She stated that supposedly, right? And again, take this with a grain of salt. I don't have, anything to really back up what it is that she is stating. But she stated supposedly, allegedly, Asians are trying to tack on something else to the Stop the Asian Hate, the hate crime bill for Asians when it deals with like boycotting and everything of the sort. Like I said, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Like I said, that would be the stupidest move that they could ever sit up there and do. You're not going to be able to write into law or to stop Black Americans from spending money where it is that they, like I said, you know what? I hope they're successful. If there's any validity, if there's any type of truth directly to that, to them trying to tack on something extra to the Asian hate crime bill, I hope it is factual to the point where they have some type of law specifically set in place where they're like, hey, we're going to consider it a hate crime if you are specifically boycotting whatnot or whatever because you said because of their race. So I hope that they do. I hope that they do because that's going to cause a further shift and a wake up to happen. Like I said before, their best bet is to sit up there and just stay silent and quiet into the wayside and just, let everything just blow over. That is the best bet for them to sit up there and do. Not saying the things are going to get better, but their best bet is to do that. If you decide to implement anything in order to try to designate Black Americans as anything for boycotting, it is not going to work. If you think that the boycott right now or the blackout or the transference of wealth, whatever people want to call it, if you think that is bad now, it is going to be horrendous. It is going to be horrendous if that even happens. Like I said, crazy work out here. Crazy work. No, Tippy. So supposedly, how that would be listed within the hate crime bill is because they would say that Black Americans are solely targeting Asian businesses because they're Asian, right? Because if you go online, you'll hear a lot of Black Americans be like, "All right, we're going to stop going to the Asian businesses or the Korean or the Chinese." That's the way that potentially they could try to do that. Allegedly, again, like I said, take it with a grain of salt. I don't have anything to back up what the other young lady of the video that I saw online was basically stating. But again, like I said, I'm not gonna say that it's impossible for people to try to do some type of nonsense. I'm not gonna say that it's impossible because, like I said, we've seen a lot of folks try to do or claim a lot of things out here. Like I said, when you go online and you see all of this other rhetoric from these other types of folks, they want to say that Black Americans are the most racist. You got all these immigrant groups. They want to click up real quick and be like, oh no, Black Americans are xenophobic. They're hateful and this type of, they're xenophobic. They're trying to paint us with a broad brush and throw all of these terms and whatnot or whatever directly on us. And it's not sticking. Because historically, when you look through our communities and who it is that we have brought directly into the fold or who it is that we have accepted, it's pretty much been everybody. But have them tell it, we were just hateful to everybody. We just didn't want nobody around. We segregated ourselves. We did this and we did that. Like I said, man, it's crazy. That is 100% crazy. D Money said open up a hood Chinese store. They got that in Philly. I think it's called it's something called Black Dragon in Philly. Like I said, if I were to travel to Philly, I would actually want to go there. I want to see what that's about. Like the food looks dope. Like it's a whole fusion thing, Black American, everything. But like I said, it looked dope. It looked 100% dope. 100% dope. Let me see. Yo, Venom was like, yo, they're gonna force Black Americans to start bootlegging clothes. Yo, that's crazy. Hey, yo, what is up? We got the nurse in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? Long time no see. Also, much love, respect, and appreciating all of my moderators that are currently here, at the moment of time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, shout out to, all the other folks that's, in the comment section, talking and vibing out and everything of the sort. I'm just checking back and forth in between the live stream. Shout out to deprogramming the stage for the 200 joules. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What was that? You said just in those. Let me see what else we got. Yeah, people sitting up here writing crazy. Shout out to Daryl Moody for the laughing disco for the 250 joules. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm not sure if they're properly showing up on the what's the name, but much love, respect, and appreciation. Trying to actually hit some of those up. Trying to throw a like directly up there for those up there. I'm a little bit late, on some of those, but like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation for any of the gifts and the super chats that people do throw directly in the comment section. And shout out to anybody who threw anything directly into the Cash App and whatnot, whatever. And also shout out to the one person I seen in the comment section for a few videos that picked up I think it was like a long sleeve. They picked it up from the store, whatnot. Much love, respect, and appreciation, for the support going directly to the channel. Much love, much love. We got Brandon everywhere. Yo, what's up? What's up, Allah? What's going on? He said, no problem, bro. The mods appreciate you. Much love, respect, and appreciation for Officer Haku, aka the anime drop spot, aka Outlaw, aka Brandon V World, aka Super Black Gen. for throwing in the $5 donor. I had to go through all the names. Had to go through, all the names out there. Had to do it. Had to do it. What was it? Black Panther said Ace is gonna force us to listen to K-pop through legislation. That's crazy. Yo, and that was a whole nother thing too, when you have the K-pop artists coming directly to like the White House to give a speech on the stop the anti-Asian hate. I'm like, what do y'all even got to do? First of all, like I said, K-pop, the whole thing with that, they stole everything from Black Americans. I don't care what nobody say. K-pop literally stole the whole basis of K-pop is old school rap and R&B. They still directly, they even got one that's directly they stole directly from the Jackson 5. I'm like, are you kidding? I'm like, the blatant thievery. Everybody around the world, everybody knows the Jackson 5. And, everybody knows the song, Baby Give Me One More Chance, right? Dun, 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 right? And you can literally see these K-pop artists. The whole thing, I'm like, y'all didn't even try to like make it different. I'm like, you have to be kidding me at this moment in time. I'm like, it's wild. Like I said, anytime I look at K-pop, I'm looking at old school rap and old school R&B. That's it. And people like to, and this is why I keep sitting up there saying, like, this is why I laugh at a lot of these folks out here when they sit up there and say that Black Americans don't have no culture, we don't got no influence or nothing like that. That's what K-pop is. K-pop is us. It's just bleached. That's it. That's all it is. All they did was bleach and surgically remove the blackness directly from it and then just put themselves there as the face of it. And then you got all of these Asians really thinking that this is some brand new stuff. They just repackage it and they're making money. Like that, like the amount of songs that I hear every single day of K-pop, and I can tell you that there's a mixture of at least a good three black songs fused within one. It's crazy work. Like I said, if you were ever to listen to K-pop, especially the ones where it's like rap, they got the breakdowns and all, you can spot so many songs from R&B artists, from hip-hop artists, from rap artists of the 90s and the early 2000s. It is insane. It's annoying as hell. I'm just going to be honest. It is very annoying. Because again, these are the same people that also do blackface. I got pictures of K-pop artists doing blackface and all of this, stereotypical type of stuff. But like I said, it's nothing you can sit up there and do. It's just going to be like that. And then you're going to have the K-pop fans sitting up there, defending all of that type of nonsense and everything of the sort, saying that they're not racist. And I'm like, all right, dog. I'm like, all right. Like I said, it's wild work. But again, these are the same people that like to sit up and say that black people, black Americans, we don't have no culture. We don't got no type of influence. We don't affect nothing out here. I done seen so many black, no, I was going to say black. I done seen so many K-pop artists, male K-pop artists dressed as black American men. I'm talking about the full cornrows, quartz earrings or diamond earrings, the whole chains, having like a grill, talking about having like the oversized pants. You sitting up there, sagging and doing all of this, using slang. Like it's wild. And then people really sit up there and say, like, no, that's them, that's their style. Okay. they invented everything. They got it. they got it. They got it. Like I said, have everybody else tell it. K-pop artists do better music than black Americans. Have other people tell it. Like I said, it's crazy work. It's 100% crazy work. Oh no. What is it? What is it supposed to be like? Little Hottie? I got you. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You got Arabs, they make their own rap music. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. They do it. I got videos of Indians sitting up there rapping. I'm like, what do y'all know about rapping? Y'all didn't create anything to do with music and hip hop. This is why I be sitting up there telling. Like, this is why I try to tell people, like, this is the effect of black Americans. We are, in a sense, the 300 when it deals with a lot of this stuff. But nobody wants to give us our just due or the credit. Or then when they want to give us credit, they be like, well, yeah, you got credit on this hip hop with the gang banging, the drug culture, and this, that, and that. Like, that's what they want to do every single time in order to talk everything down. But we're talking about the influence, and we're talking about the effect. We're talking about how it empowers a lot of people. Because the craziest thing about rap, hip hop, and everything of the sort, it gives people pride to be them. It's like, yeah, you can sit up there and obviously see them copying, black Americans, but within that, you see them start to have a type of pride about themselves that they didn't even initially have. Case in point, let's take it back to Black Panther when the movie first came out. That movie was so strong, right? Just aesthetically, just by itself, that you had other races, other people of other cultures like Indians, Asians, and stuff. They were wearing their cultural garbs directly to see Black Panther because it empowered them to, view themselves as a powerful, type of, individual or culture, whatever it is. That's the influence that it had. So yes, the film in a sense was black, but the voice, the message made them proud of themselves, which is something that I guess was either lacking or that they didn't initially have. Like I said, that is the effect of black Americans. That is the effect of the music, of our art, of our medium. When it deals with that, that's the thing that people don't want to give credit on. That's the thing that people don't want to touch. That's the thing that people don't want to mention. So this is why you always hear people always list the negative, and they never want to talk about the in-depth part of that, how it can give people pride. It can give people, in a sense, like a sense of like love of self, or you can start to see that bloom and grow. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It is 100% crazy work out here. Diabolical work. On top of that, I do see somebody doing a Tupac quote. You had a Korean artist copy Tupac. I think it was Dear Mama, which was crazy. I'm like, word? I'm like, so this whole song, you can listen to the rhythm and the cadence, and it's like then when you play Dear Mama, then you listen to that K-pop artist, you hear it. And I'm like, I'm like, nothing over there in over there in Korea. Y'all don't got nothing touching on or dealing with this song. I'm like, what are we even doing here? Like, what are we even doing here? Like I said, they even did it, I think with one or two songs from Kendrick Lamar. And I'm like, what? I'm like, okay. I'm like, now y'all just doing, anything on up out here. Now y'all just doing anything. Shout out to Mr. Lower. What is up? 1977. You said shout out to the Five Dot Donut. You said K-pop is 90s R&B, and in Philly we have black owned cheesesteak spot in Chinatown, and hate that. That's crazy. That's great. And that's the other thing that I told a lot of folks before. And I mentioned this in a video. I'm like, yo, for anybody who lives around Asians, tell me how many in the Asian community go and break bread, basically spend money with black American businesses. Or tell me how many black American businesses, list me 15 to 20 black American businesses within like the China or the Korea towns, right? That they're pouring money directly into to make sure that they keep running with their Asian dollars. They're not doing it because they will make sure to practice group economics, and they will starve anybody else that ain't supposed to be there out by group economics. Like I said, and I'm not mad at it. It's just the fact that when they practice it and they do it, it's not a problem. When black Americans do it and we say that we're going to do it, now everybody got a problem with it. I'm like, that's crazy. But everybody in the United States practices group economics one way or another. But it's only problematic when black Americans say that we're going to do it, and we specifically speak, on it. Shout out to Theresa Bonds, 391 for the flow state for the 200 joules. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I actually just caught that one. I had just flipped back to the to the other side, and I just caught that one. So much love, respect, and appreciation for the 200 joules directly on that one. Much love, much love, much love. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It is. It's 100% crazy work. The other thing that I want to state as well too, because we got enough people here, I'm just going to go over this as well. So every so often, a brother happens to get tunnel vision. I get very, very focused. It don't matter the group of people, don't matter ethnicity, nationality, what sex of the individual. I technically get tunnel vision up until it runs directly through the system, right? So recently, from some other videos, we had an individual. Like I said, I gotta take this down again. Shout out to the folks putting the donations up. So we got this brother here that wanted to write a long thesis. I'll let y'all read directly through it because I don't feel like reading through it. I done already did back and forths underneath the video and whatnot. But he wanted to specifically have a problem only with one set of videos, right? He doesn't care about the other, news topics, some here and there, government videos, social, videos dealing with societies and different things of that nature, or even the videos that I do here where I'm going back and forth or making responses directly to the immigrants that want to be disrespectful to Black Americans. He specifically wants to have an issue with me critiquing Black women in the videos that I've done recently, is of course dealing with the boycott and everything of the sort. The one thing I want to say to a lot of people is this, right? I'm not above reproach. I don't have a problem with critiques. But if you are going to critique, I would just tell you to be the solution. If at a moment in time that you feel that I'm not covering something correctly or the way that you want me to sit up there and specifically do it, then you need to be the one to start doing the footwork, to start putting the energy forward and doing the reverse, right? If you find what I'm doing to be problematic, even though what I'm doing is pointing out a problem and an issue and trying to make sure that Black American women are no longer being harmed directly in these Asian stores or these shops. And the best way to do that is to not have Black American women there so that their bodies are not being harmed, so that they're not being taken advantage of when it deals with their money or any types of fire sales that the Asians want to do, because they understand the effect that they're having and how that it can have a negative setback on their money, on their bottom line, right? So any type of critiques or anything that I happen to give, like I said, you're going to either hate me now or hate me later, but at some point you're going to hate me. At some point you're going to have some type of discomfort. At some point you're not going to like my tone or what it is that I stated or the words that I just so happen to use. And it be like that. Like I said, and like I told this gentleman here, I've been covering stuff like this since about, what was it, like 2018, and we're in like 2026 now. Covered a variety of stories. He said that didn't basically matter, even though I'm giving groundwork to why it is that I speak and say the things that I just so happen to state. On top of the fact that I read a lot of forums, go through different videos, and try to get the perspective specifically from Black women when they are out there, either vocally or in black and white, written or a combination of both, to try to gain an understanding so that I'm not just, just talking, right? And then within me giving my opinion or my point of view, I also pair up a video or videos when I happen to go directly over these topics so people can see where it is that I'm coming from and understand that there is a problem, there's a situation, there's an issue, and that this needs to get addressed, this needs to get fixed as fast as possible so that we can continue on to the, more pressing issues and everything of the sort. But, you know, you got folks like this that think that they are, some type of superhero and they want to pull up to the scene. They also want to state that, you'll never have this type of energy with black men. Actually, I've done that. So it's like I said, anybody can get it. Like I said before, hands, these words are bisexual. Any and everybody can sit up there and get it. Like I said, the words are rated for E for everybody. It doesn't matter. So I'm a little bit confused on how people don't specifically understand that, or how it is that people think that I'm not going to have energy specifically with, black men the exact same way that I have it with black women. I don't care who you are. If you're a clown, you're a clown. You're going to sit up there and get the words or the emotions that come directly with it. And then last but not least, I think he came directly through and he wanted to sit up there and say, what was it? What did he sit up there and say? He specifically stated that somebody like me, the way that I talk, more than likely, right, that I'm not with a black American woman or interested in black American women. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, that's 100% wild work. It's like I don't understand how these jumps tend to happen and how people want to start to try to cross over into the personal life of individuals. Like I said, complete stranger online, and you're worried about specifically who it is that I am directly with, due to the fact that I'm critiquing the fact that you have, again, I pointed out the fact that you have black women that are standing 10 toes down, given, respect, validation, and everything of the sort to those who are actually going in, checking on the shops, making sure that black women ain't there. And if they are there, educating them and telling them and informing them, boycott XYZ. This is the reason you need to get up out of here and don't come back. Right. But again, within that, the main thing that I pointed out is like, hey, you got amongst the black women that are standing directly on this, you got other black women that's like, hey, I'm not doing this. Right. You got other black women that are walking over the body of another black woman that lost her life in one of these beauty supply stores, just to go in there and shop and to do whatnot or whatever. So, like I said, if I'm pointing out problems or issues, things that are problematic and that will hinder or stop the progress when it deals with black women, when it deals with the respect that they should be getting from these establishments of which that they are patronizing and spending their money directly on. Like I said, it's information. It's critiquing where critiquing needs to be done. But you can't tell nobody nothing. Oh, yo, it is it's crazy. Wait, hold on. What happened? I'm looking at like how people are talking. Wait, hold on. Wait, somebody was. Wait, I'm confused. He already said he's done it. The bar touch. And didn't. Wait, black people. Something. Hear him say that, so we won't say somebody else did. What is this person talking about? Yo, Judah, what is up? You said you brave. I would have just blocked that for writing that book. I mean, it'd be like that. Like I said, I happen to post and talk about this stuff. Like I said, it's content, it's entertainment, directly for y'all. Like I said, that's the main reason I sit up there and do it. And like I said, if I got the time to sit up there and like go back and forth, like for me, it ain't really nothing. Like I said before, it's whatever. like I said, people want to, get this off their chest and they want to say this. It's whatever it is. Like I said, certain times I might decide to make a video. Because like I said, content creation is just something to sit up there and do. Just because something that's different from what it is that y'all gotta normally, hear directly from me and all this other type of stuff and whatnot. Like I said, it's wild work. It's 100%, wild work when you actually are out here doing something or at least created something. But then again, like I said before, people want to critique you and they want to say that you're doing the wrong thing, but they don't want to sit up there and quote unquote pick up the slack. They don't want to start walking in that direction of which that they find me to be problematic and be the solution for it. It's crazy. It is 1,000% crazy. Like I said, it be like that though. It be like that. Wait, the way I speak? Oh, wait, are you talking about the comment that I highlighted? Like I said, I didn't even fully read through it, so y'all might be seeing something I didn't even I didn't even read. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like I said, I just put it up there so y'all can read directly through it. There's more directly to in a sense, I guess you could say the response or the back and forth that was happening underneath. What video was that? Hold on, let me actually go back real quick. Now I actually got to go back. Shout out to Corey Kelly for the 100. Wait, what is it? It said you sent 100 for 2 jewels. So yeah, shout outs for sending the 2 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation to Corey Kelly. Much love, and we also got what is it, Tisha Brown? My bad if I miss you. Shout out for the 200 jewels that you sent as well too. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. Also, I want to sit up there and give a shout out to the 16,000 people that pulled directly through to the live stream too. Much love, respect, and appreciation to all of y'all. So let me see if I can get what video this is without anything breaking down on me when it deals with this. Let me close down some of these names here. Let me close that down. All right, there we go. All right, so let me go back here because I got to find a video really quick. Because it was a video I just actually posted for you guys. I got to go back to the studio and go back here. Also, shout out to the 4.2K that pulled up to the recent video that I posted for you guys. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So the video that response was under, it was called "This Wouldn't Happen If You Wouldn't Have Went to the the nails." So let me just put the picture directly up there, right? So y'all know what it is. Try to get this up there. So some of y'all might have seen the video. Excuse me. Y'all might have seen the video, but this is what the image looks like. It might be a little bit small. Oh, it's not that bad. Yeah. So it was basically under this video where I critiqued the young woman here, and she stated how a Asian man was problematic. The guy who was doing her nails was problematic because he used her hands as the stereotypical caption. But then she said that when she went through his social media and she tried to find that exact same stereotypical caption under using other people's hands, she was like, she didn't find it. Right. So she said that she found that to be problematic and an issue and all this other type of stuff. And then within that video, the Asian dude gave a rebuttal to, what it is that she basically stated and all this other type of stuff. And like I said, I sat up there and stated that it was not a sincere apology, but I expect no less. Because he went into the stereotypical, he was like, I got, clients of all, different nationalities and races, so I can't be racist and and all the other type of stuff. And my main thing is like, well, you shouldn't have went there from the get-go. You shouldn't have went there from the get-go. You would not have had to deal with somebody, using your hands and misrepresenting you with the caption of, in a sense, being broke or whatnot or whatever. If you didn't go there, if you didn't patronize his business, that wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. So this is when I sat up and said, like, this is basically at your feet. Like, you caused this problem and issue because this is where you decided to spend this money. When a boycott should have been happening. Like for me, as I stated to people before, like this boycott should have been happening since like the pandemic at least. Because during the pandemic, this is when we had Stop the Asian Hate, and this is when Asians wanted to come online and they wanted to say that Black Americans are the poster child of Stop the Asian Hate. We're the causation of all of this hatred and all this other type of stuff going on. But when you look at the stats, when you look at everything in black and white, it tells you that Black Americans are not the causation of it. So when the true numbers came directly out, this is when Asian Americans, they stepped directly back from Stop the Asian Hate. And they was like, all right, that's enough. We're going to go back to business as usual. And we're not going to bring this up ever again. Because like I said, they were selling wolf tickets. They didn't want to deal with the real perpetrators of the crimes. They didn't want to deal with the real stats and the numbers, because once it started getting a little bit too hot, it was like, we got to stay being a model minority. We're not trying to be, treated or seen or deemed like the blacks. We got to stay directly in our position that we got at this moment in time. So we just got to abide. We got to shut up. We got to sit down and back. And that's what they did. So like I said, so the guy that I set up there and told y'all about with this comment here, he wanted to, pull up basically underneath that video, and he wanted to start writing these paragraphs and this back and forth and all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. Again, like I said, she is at fault for what specifically took place and happened. And you're basically saying that I shouldn't be critiquing that. I shouldn't be saying that. You be like, what you need to do is like focus on black men. You need to really be talking this and talking that and doing this and doing that. But you won't sit up there and do that. Like, yo, that's crazy. But like I said, at the same time, don't we also have conservative black men out here that call black men every single black American men every single negative stereotype known to man in order to appease the white majority that are the part of their content, that view their content, that patronize and subscribe directly to them. They say that, black men are in and out of prison. We don't graduate high school. We don't got no, education, no type of business. We're just criminal minded. We're just violent. We're just highly emotional. We're not fathers. We're not, builders. All we do is just thug and rob and do all of it. We already got conservatives doing that. Right. They talk about the black community, in general, but they more so specifically talk about black American men because that's what sells. They can't talk about no other group like that. It's not going to work out for them. They can't monetize it. They're not going to be able to make any type of money. And then on top of that, what was that? There was a video. Hold on. Let me see if I got that video. Because one of them, what was it? Tatum. What was it? I don't really talk about it much because we got Brother Reigns, that he's done videos, on this dude frequently, on his channel. Let me see if I can actually find this clip real quick, so y'all can hear this real quick. Listen to this real quick.
We all different. So when I say I'm black, what does that mean? The color of my skin. Can I interject right there? No. Black people from New York is different than black people from the South. Black people from Africa that came over here as immigrants are very different than African Americans. We're all different. We're diverse like anybody else. When white people say I'm white first, what does that mean?
I would ask that. Forget. I don't want to forget white folks, but I'm like, forget. We're not talking about them at this particular moment. Let's stick with black people in this regard. When you talk about the slave trade, and you said we were enslaved and then traded all over the world. Who were those people? Black people.
Well,
I'm simply saying if you identify with that from an historical perspective, these are my ancestors. This is what we endured. This is where I come from. And that's what I identify with first, because to some degree, I'm still feeling some remnants of that even in today's society. I'm saying if you identify yourself as black before you identify yourself as American, what you're doing is saying, coming out of the womb, I'm going to be at a disadvantage because I'm in America and I'm going to have to scratch and claw and have an uphill climb. Now, that doesn't mean you give up. That doesn't mean you use it as a crutch. It doesn't mean that you sit up there and use that as a reason to be lackadaisical and have a defeatist attitude and don't work your way and maneuver your way through that terrain in order to get to that point. But it does mean you at least acknowledging that, there are historical, insidious acts that are associated with this particular nation that I live in. And as a result, I recognize the fact that I'm going to have to march forward, and it's going to be a uphill climb for me to get to where I'm going. If somebody identifies that with blackness, you can do that.
But Stephen A., that's not always true that every black person have to suffer an uphill climb. That's not true. And we'll go back to like what I said. My ancestors came from Nigeria, so I know that, through my ancestry.com research, that my people came over here as slaves. Not every black person in America came from slavery. It wasn't the case. Not every black person in America migrated here and was in the South. Some of them went to the North and were indentured servants, and they never were slaves. Some black people came over here and became slave owners and were not slaves themselves. So it's a very dynamic, different.
So again, we heard that, right? We heard every single thing that was stated. Now, I want to note that the few rare times that you just so happen to hear people, in a sense, speak a little bit of truth. Again, you got to sit up there. Even the devil will sit up there and give a little bit of truth, right? Amongst some type of falsehoods or some lies. You heard him basically state, he was like, yeah, every single black American didn't sit up there and come directly from slavery. Huh? I could have sworn that's the, that's one of the main things that y'all been spinning for the longest time possible. So you mean to tell me that this conservative dude all of a sudden is like, oh yeah, every single, black American, they didn't really come from slavery. Yeah, some people that did, but everybody else that's not really their story. Really now. But isn't that what black Americans have been saying for the longest time possible? Is that not what black Americans have been saying for the longest time possible? But everybody wanted to sit up and say that we were liars. Everybody wanted to sit up and say like, oh yeah, your history just specifically stems. It just starts at slavery. That's it. That's all y'all got. Y'all don't got nothing else. Huh? That's very interesting. I wonder how his demographic will like that. Well, you know what? He was on a whole different platform, so of course people are going to talk different because you're a little bit freer now. But yeah, being directly on the specific platform of which the white majority are there, along with those who are white like or white thinking, yeah, this ain't gonna fly. This ain't gonna fly. That is not going to sit up there and happen. But then again, also pay attention. He set up and said his ancestry was Nigerian. But again, I told y'all and I gave y'all a video before where you had a scientist. It was a white scientist in a lab on mainstream media news. He was sitting up there telling people, it was like, hey, those DNA tests don't really take them serious. I done heard this multiple times. I done placed that video out there multiple times. But hey, you know what? It is what it is. Like I said, for benefit of the conversation, now when I sit up there and think about, he said it like, hey, ancestry is Nigerian. I get why it is that you talk about black Americans the way that you do. I get it. I see it. I understand it. And I've heard a lot of other Africans, both on the continent, in the UK, and elsewhere, speak crazy and real greasy about black Americans. So I get it. I understand it. I see it. I 100% see it. Like I said before, that's some crazy work. That's 100% crazy work. But like I said, going back to this dude here, going back to this dude here again, if at any moment in time that you feel that SEIJIHITO is not properly doing the work that you would like to be done or delivering the videos that you would like to sit up there and see, by all means, go out there and start a platform. If you can run your mouth in my comment section underneath these videos and tell me what it is that I'm not doing and what it is that I should be doing, you should be big and bold enough as a grown individual, especially a grown black man, to sit up there and start doing videos. You can lend your voice the same way I've been doing since 2018 onto a variety of stories, a variety of issues, and all this other type of stuff. If you feel that I do not give black American women enough love, then be that black man out there and make a platform full of cherishment and nurturing and value and love specifically dedicated to black women. Chances are you're not going to sit up there and do it. If you feel as though as a black American male that I am not doing the proper work by critiquing black American men directly out here, even though there's already so much critiquing going on negatively, I add, and I'm not properly doing that, by all means, as the black man in the comment section, go out there and lend your voice and to start talking about that and handing out those critiques. Even if you want to sit up there and levy those critiques directly towards me, go ahead and do that in video form. Go right ahead and do that. I'm not trying to hear no type of like, oh, I don't got the time. I'm not really a social media type of person. But you are if you can write this book, if you can write this novel, if you can write over 100 words in my comment section, you are a social media person. You got all the time in the world. I know I got time because I'm a content creator. But you obviously, my friend, got a whole lot more time than I thought. Right? As a 9 to 5 type person, you got a whole lot of time to sit up there and think through and to write those novels. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It's 100% wild work. Wild. And the crazy part is the same person wanted to sit up and say that I'm emotional and that obviously his comment got to me because I responded. I respond to comments. You like I keep trying to. This is why I keep trying to tell people like, yo, I've been doing this for so long. So it's like I respond to comments. It don't matter how I respond. I'm going to sit up there and respond to comments. Sometimes I'm bored. And if I see comments like this, like I'm going to sit up there and respond just because. It's like if you putting this much energy, who am I to deny you a comment or a reply back? I'm going to give you some energy. Why not? Like I said, you're going to take out that much time out of your day. Obviously, I must be that important. I must be that important because I'm like, at the end of the day, as a grown man, you could have spent all of this time and energy and all of these words on talking to whatever, woman is directly out there that you're interested in. You could have wrote something that is a compilation of this. All of these words, you could have been sending that, but that wouldn't have worked out too well. She would have been looking like, yo, what is this? Like, why is he writing all this? I'm like, this is crazy. I didn't ask for all this. It's just not going to work out too well. It's not going to work out too well. But, like I said, I'm accommodating, I like to, talk, directly back to people, if they're looking for a type of attention. But the one thing that I know is that in a lot of cases, people happen to see me pin comments and they want to be the next person that gets pinned directly to the top of the page. And I'm like, yeah, I pin who it is that I want to, pin up there, good or bad. You're not going to sit up there and do it just because you want to really try to do this rah 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 in the comment section. And I'm guessing anytime I happen to see these comments, it in my thought process, these guys in a sense think that there's going to be filled of women that are just going to pile on and then they're just going to really back up what it is that he's saying. That's not how that works. Usually if a woman says something, specifically if a black woman says something negative, then you're going to have other women that's going to pull up and they're going to like her comment or maybe give a reply or two or things of that nature to get support. You, my friend, that's not how that works. That's not how that works here when it deals with when it deals with black men. I have yet to really see that happen. I think that one woman that I posted, some of the mods might know who it is. I think what is her comment? I think it might be about like 5 or 6 or 700 likes. So it's like, yeah, like I said, I would love for those people to actually show up and really start writing some stuff, but they tend not to do it because they don't want to be showcased in a video or a live stream. I get it. You like your anonymity. You don't want people to, venture onto your profile and to see what it is that you got up there. Chances are it's pretty much nothing, but it be like that. It be like that. And like I said, he wrote more stuff, and in certain instances, he actually rewrote or recopied one of the paragraphs or whatever and made it into like a single thread. I'm like, you're doing way too much, buddy. But I'm like, all right, you want to be seen. You really trying to get this, point or opinion across, and you feel justified. So hey, it'd be like that. Also want to sit up there and state to a lot of people, I do spend time and I try to go through the background and okay a lot of comments. So if you happen to write comments, like even right now, I can tell you, I spent about like 30 plus minutes going through the comments and trying to like okay a lot of the comments. So if you don't happen to see the comment that you left on some of the videos, it may be caught up in the background by way of YouTube because of whatever reason. So again, it's going to take me time because I happen to get a lot of comments back there. So, So I just want to note to people, I'm not sitting up there, pushing back people's comments. It's not me doing it. It's YouTube. This is not me. It is YouTube. So, Sonny was like, "Yo, I wouldn't even write a song that long." This man was like, "This is a whole catalog." Yo, that's crazy. Judah said, we should leave it up to the experiment to see who's petty enough to read it all. Hey, like I said, y'all got it. It's just like I said, I'm not doing it. Like I said, I gave one response, directly under the video before, and I was like, I just left it as that because I'm like, I don't even feel like trying to respond to the whole thing, and some of the stuff that people, want to state, it just sounds insane. I'm like, all right, and then I think he wrote somewhere in there that he feels that I don't even spend money with like black businesses or something, which is crazy because I literally did live streams before, and I showcased two black watch companies. Another brother from New York who had like a whole beard and hair type of thing, and a young black dude that got a son that was selling some gaming headphones. I even bought like two of those. I bought, two of the gaming headphones. The black watch company, I got two of the watches, gold and black. It's like, classic, type of, aesthetic that you can wear out, going to like a dinner or a date or something like that. And then you got the Spring Break watch company, again, black American. I bought a multitude of those watches. And then I also told the brother before, I'm like, hey, I only ordered like a certain number of like watches. I think I got like an extra two by mistake. And I had wrote him back on, I think, IG or his website and let him know, like, hey, I still got the shipment in a box. I can send these two back to you because I didn't, order these or I didn't pay for them. And he wrote back, he was like, hey, it's cool, just thank you, for the love and the support and for the videos and everything. And I was like, yo, that's dope. Because like I said, I was trying to be as honest as possible. I wasn't trying to, take nothing from nobody. So, like I said, shout out to the Spring Break, watch company. I was all the way back, like during the pandemic. So I know I probably missed a lot of watch drops because a variety of things was happening. Like I said, I had planned on doing a lot more stuff, but as a lot of the mods and other people know, things got directly in the way. So it stopped me from, doing the things that I wanted to do, which was trying to highlight more black businesses and support, black businesses. Like I said before, you got a lot of people out here that hate directly on the platform. And again, a lot of those folks, they get in the way of, certain types of progress and certain types of plans directly out here, basically hurting, other businesses or the potentiality of, folks getting highlighted. Because like I said, in order for me, in order to patronize those businesses, got to be able to have something to use to patronize those businesses. So, a lot of these folks don't really care about black businesses as much as they say that they do, because if they did and they actually paid attention to the content versus their feelings, they would actually understand and see it. But like I said, I promise you, any of these folks that I've highlighted before that critique me, any of the black businesses that I've talked about and highlighted, I promise you they didn't patronize those businesses. I can bet you that. Or even showing up to the websites or the platforms. I promise you they didn't do it. But yet they want to get up here and they want to decide to tell everybody else in the comment section, like, oh, said you don't do this, you don't do that, and we need more, to patronize black businesses and to support. Like I said, I do that. Yep. Like I see it, I do it seen and unseen. And even if it's not, a black business, I do my best with whatever little bit that I got to, support other folks, other black Americans directly up out there. So, hey, D Money was like, you should have responded. Who hurt you? Oh, yo, Donna Foss, what is up? You said those letters are too small, and I caught enough vibe from the room. I'm not even trying to read all that. It be like that. Let me tell you. Tibby said yes, exactly. Whites called free black people slave owners when they purchased their families. Yep. And I've never seen a black massa whipping or buck breaking a black man just or using babies as alligator bait. That's facts. That's facts. Judah said that this emotional dude is stalking Seji's IP, trying to get his restroom schedule. That's wild. Yo, that is wild. Sonny was like, word, because someone could be out there sharing content about how they tried to support a black watch company and never got their 2 watches. That's true. That is true. Black Panther said, what is the black headset company's name? I would actually have to go upstairs. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on, I got you. Give me a quick second so I can get this box real quick. All right, I'm back. So the headset, because again, this was back during like the pandemic. It was on the box. It was called We the Hype. I'm not sure if you might be able to still find a brother on the on IG. But hopefully, I think that was the name. Like I said, it was a long time ago. It's like back during the pandemic. I'm gonna try to go through IG and maybe see if I could find it. Let me see. We the Hype. Let me see. Search for more. Um, man, I'm not even sure. How would I find this brother right now? Let me, because I remember. I'm trying to see if I can just quickly go through my list real quick. It's gonna take a minute. I would really love it if they could show a larger what's the name, which would be great. Because I would love to say that I remember what the brothers picture looked like, but people happen to swap images, and I'm not sure if he had a logo directly up there. But well, I'm still looking for that at the moment in time. But the other thing that I listed was the watch company, which was Spring Break. So if you happen to let me type it in while I'm doing that. I know it's spelled differently, but I'm just going to just put it as Spring Break and then just put watch. So it should show up. Let's see here. Yep. So if you type in on Google, you type in SPGB. Wait, let me just. It'll be better if I. Actually, no. You can actually just put in Spring Break watches and it'll show up. Let me do that. I'm not sure. What's the name? Let me see. Where did it go? Yeah. Yeah, so that's Spring Break Watch Company. So that was the one brother that had the watches. So, like I said before, a lot of people like to sit up there and say that, black people don't create We don't got our own, this and that and all this other type of stuff. We do got stuff out here. It's just the fact that people don't want to pay attention to it. And even looking at the website right now, they got a lot of different colors at this moment. A lot of different colors. The brown is actually pretty dope. Brown is pretty dope. They also got a 22% off up there as well too. You're not going to see in a sense. I mean, technically, if you go to the watch area, you will spot the red one I actually got. I do got the Firefox red. Quite a few of these actually I have. Some of them are seasonal or once in a while type of products when it deals with the colors and whatnot. And they're found in a variety of places. I think they got them in Target and what was I can't remember the one store. Ah, my goodness, it's gonna get me at this moment in time, and I'm gonna be pissed. Nordstrom's, that's what it was. Nordstrom's. I want to say Target, potentially also Macy's as well too. Like I said, the watches are dope. I like them. Watches are pretty dope. You say use the Google time machine. Um, let me see. I could have sworn. I could have sworn. Let me see something. Let me look at this. We um okay, wait a minute. Maybe I did actually find it. Yeah, I should have just typed it in the Google the first time. Yep, this is the bar right. Yeah, he's still up there. Yeah. So if you type in WTH gamers, you'll pull up his IG. He got 17.9K followers on there. That's dope. And I think he do have his son up here as well too. And I remember he was working on a wireless headset as well too. So let me see. Let me click on the oh wait, they got those in Walmart? Okay, well, I guess not. That link does not work. So let me check the website. Website cannot be reached. All right. Well, I'm not sure what is going on. Hopefully, the brother is still active. Because like I said, I did say that this was a while ago. So, stuff, things do happen. Let me see. How far back was this video? 100 and 140, 45 weeks ago. All right, so in one of the videos he got up there, it does show that he has the headset at Walmart. Well, during the time. So I guess you gotta actually go to the Walmart website and type it in on the phone or whatnot, and maybe might pop up. But yeah, if you type in what's the brother? Let me see. Do the IG. See, copy, put this directly into the comment section. Do. Whoops. Wait. Let me just redo that because I don't want to mess it up. Okay, there we go. So if you go put that directly in there, you will happen to spot the brother's page and everything in the sort. What was the other brother that I went over before? And I'm still working on money so I can actually get my first pair of shoes. Because in a lot of instances, yeah, brother Devlin Carter. Yeah, yo, let me tell y'all something. This is another brother right here I've followed and watched. I really feel like he should have like millions upon millions of folks. This is Saya Collective, Devlin Carter. Uh like the the shoes and the clothes, like the dude, he does everything from like shoelaces, designing shoes. I think at one point in time he was talking about moving into, doing suits, men's wear, stuff like that. Like I said, when you go directly to his page, like everything is dope. He also got, a lot of seasonal stuff as well too. He got everything down from shoes, themed shoes, set themes for a lot of different stuff, but you gotta catch it, while it's there. But I also, oh, that jacket is dope. Um, oh, he had a Juneteenth sale too. Man, I missed out on that. The other thing as well too is that you got to make sure, because I watched his live streams, on IG and everything. You got to make sure to buy it directly from the site that is listed, because you do have scammers out there that will try to, do a whole bunch of nonsense and whatnot or whatever. So you got to make sure it is the official site when you go directly to his IG page. Like the links that he got up there, those are the official links, right? And everything of the sort. The other thing that I liked about Devlin Carter is the fact that in his IG live streams, I got it somewhere on some other hard drives. He was giving a lot of gems for free. And he was trying to teach and tell people how to get into, the whole thing dealing with social media and into clothing and different things of that sort. So if there were anybody out there that's black that wanted to do what it is that he is doing, he wasn't trying to gatekeep and just hold back information. He was giving that information directly out because he wanted other people to win. He want other people to, make it and to be able to do, a variety of things, right? So, like I said, these are just a few of the black businesses that I've touched on. Um, when it deals with the platform, directly over the years and everything of the sort. Uh Bushido said, "What's the name of the watch company?" Um, it should be. Wait, didn't I put the link down there for spring break? Hold on, let me see. Let me go back and get that real quick. I got you. So I have it listed basically for both comments right here. So it should, pop up on both channels. So Bushido, you should see it. You said Google GHSL where. You said GHSL where. Okay. Let's see. GHSL where. Do. All right, I see. That's dope. Yeah, the whole jogging set and everything. That's dope. That is pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Retail. I think, what is that, like a fall or a winter jacket? I think that's pretty dope. I like that one. That's all right. Okay. G Hustle Wear. It's pretty dope. They got the like the whole like photo. What's the names on the pages? Is dope. The winter coat is dope. The white and black winter coat is pretty dope. It's pretty dope. That's some pretty dope stuff. I like that. But Bushido, you should hopefully, like I said, hopefully the links are actually showing. It's like I said, sometimes we may have some issues, dealing with this stuff sometimes. He said he got clothing for men and women. Okay. Don Fall said I'm drinking, so it's blurry. Well, happy day off. Happy day off. You said they premiered in New York Fashion Week a few times. That's dope. That is pretty dope. That's pretty dope. You said they got clothes for all seasons. That is dope. That is dope. Like I said, man, like yo, what was it? You said I'm sorry, very sorry. The letters are too small. I'm really an owl. My reading glasses aren't strong. Like I said, it'd be like that. I wear glasses too. I understand. I understand. I understand. Yo. But yeah, like I said, that was the other thing I tried to tell a lot of folks before too, is like, hey, if you want to, start a business or you're interested in something, like, go out there and watch, some videos. Try to potentially get in contact with those people that are in that industry. And maybe they can give you a little bit of insight, tell you some things to make sure that you won't have to deal with certain types of hurdles that they may have initially had to deal with, and try to figure out ways around it, whatnot, or whatever. Like I said, I almost want to say like a mentor, but I don't think I mean mentor. But yeah, but like I said, Devlin Carter, he's one of the main ones that he's given a lot of free information directly to, and he's been through some ups and downs when it deals with this whole thing with social media, and also people taken from his style, and what it is. I think he pointed out like a very high profiled fashion um, um, company that was basically biting off of what he was doing, and he called him out for it. And then on top of that, on IG, he also was like shadow banned and things of that nature as well too. So this is why the growth when it deals with his IG seems a little bit stunted at this moment in time. But like I said, regardless of all of that, the man is highly successful, and a very, very loyal fan base out there. And if you happen to order, anything directly from him, like shoes or whatnot or whatever, he'll also tell you that, hey, when it deals with production and everything and the orders, it's going to take a little bit of time. So you gotta bear with the time and have a little bit of understanding with that. But everything is gonna you know go directly through. But yeah, that is pretty much it. So yeah, we've been going for about a good 3 hours and 40 minutes after the live stream. Let me see, what time is it? Oh man, it's actually at 2:34. So I will have a video directly for you guys. I want to say about at or around three. Who we got up there? Shout out to Squeaky78 for the high five. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see if I can get that one. Sent 100 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Look at Tippy. I see you out here. Tippy sent 2 jewels, sent a star. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Actually, and also shout out to the 17K that pulled up directly to the stream. I gotta actually check the other part real quick and see what's going on, if anything did happen directly up over there. We got about, what did it say, 12? We got 1,200 sitting up here at this moment. Shout out to all the folks on the other side as well too. Ooh, we actually got quite a bit that pulled up. On this side we have what? Ooh, we had about 23K that pulled up. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to the folks on the other side that pulled up to the 23K over there. We also had some folks that pulled up. Right, we got Brandon B. World, we got Mr. Lower on that side as well too. We got Donna Foss, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation for the 200 jewels, and we also got Tippy again with the 2 jewels directly to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation to those who support the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. We wouldn't be able to do the things that we do every single day without people like you. Shout out to PPS as well too, because if you know, you know, right? So shout out to y'all. Like I said, this has been a pretty good live stream. I did not actually expect for a lot of folks to actually be here originally. Let me just be 100% clear with that. I did not expect the amount of people that we had pull up to actually be here. I didn't even expect for the comment section to be moving away that it did early. It was flying. Let me tell you something. And I think I might have spotted some trolls directly up in there, but they got pretty much smashed up with all of the other comments, so couldn't really properly pay any type of attention, even if they were there. So it's like it didn't even matter. Sarge just said, what about the shoestrings? You're talking about for Mr. Carter. Let me see. I think you would have to go to the website. Versailles Collective. Let me see if you still got them up here. You got the shoes. So you got the shoes, and then you got the foam shoes. At a point, so again, bear with me. At the time when the brother had the site directly, well, the site is still up. There were shoelaces up here. Like there were a variety of things. Let me see. Tops, bottoms, outer gear. Would it be in accessories? Let me see. He got book bags up here. Yeah, the shoelaces are up there. The shoelaces are up there. He got fat laces, and he got rope laces with the Carolina colors. So he does have those up there. If you're talking about Saya Collective, you got to go directly to the website that's listed on his IG. He got two different links directly up there. But once you go there and you go directly to the accessories, when you go to the website, go to clothing, and then you go to accessories, you'll see it down in 1, 2, 3. It's going to be on the third and the fourth area. The glow in the dark laces look pretty dope though. I like those. Are those glow in the dark? Yeah, I think those might be glow in the dark. But yeah, the laces are pretty dope. He got socks and everything up there, as a matter of fact. Yeah, he got more laces too at the bottom. Reflective. I like reflectives too. I do like reflectives. So reflective and glow in the dark, that would be something that. Oh, they both glow. Word? Yo, that's dope. All right. Now I would just have to figure out what to do for the shoes though. Because there were some shoes that I wanted to get before they were themed. Like he had like Freddy Krueger, he had Jason and Chucky and whatnot. Like his themed shoes are dope. You would have to go through a social media to find the pictures of those. But yeah, you gotta really catch those when they're there. But I think in order to get it, wouldn't you need like the membership card that he had? And I wanted to get that. I think that card was like 300, and you would have priority to a lot of the vulture drops that he does on top of the what is it called when the pop-ups that he would also do as well too, because he also has pop-ups. Yo, the bloodline shoes are actually dope. Yo, I might have to sit up there and get them bad boys. Oh wait, are those for boxing? Because I mean, no, those do technically look like some boxing shoes, though. Let me see. Yeah, I might have to sit up there and try to get those. Them bad boys, I like those. Anything that got ankle support, those ain't bad. Them bad boys, $100 too. Yeah, wait, but how much would those be in like a size 12? Oh, it's still 100. Hey, brother, you might just got me right there. I might have gotten something that is you might got me right there. All right. Recheck through this. Check through this. I got to keep that up there. I might have to bookmark that. I'm gonna have to bookmark that. You said the IG name then. Wait a minute. I put it. Wait, didn't I put the what's the name directly up in there? Hold on. Let me put it up in there again. Hold on. I guess you might have just pulled up. So let me just put that directly in there again. There you go. Here we go right there. That is for Saya collection. So when you go directly to the IG, you'll be able to see. I like to put instead of just putting the website, I like to put the IG up there because he has a lot of pictures and stuff that you wouldn't be able to see on the website. so that you can, in a sense, get a gist of the type of work that he does and the type of stuff that he's already, put out. Like I said, a lot of images, a lot of pictures. He also has a TikTok as well too, so you should be able to also find some of the what's like, some of his videos where you go directly through the closet of a lot of the shoes and the stuff that he's created. It's amazing. Like the themed shoes and everything that he's done. I can only imagine the stuff that I've missed over the years because I was focused on a whole bunch of other stuff. I can only imagine the type of shoes that I missed. And it probably would have been some stuff that I would have really, really wanted to get. But you miss out on a lot of stuff when you focused on whatnot. Yeah, one of his what's the names? Oh, he was out there during like the Knicks. All right. I think he also got some Nick themed shoe. I think he got some New York themed shoes. You know. Let me see. Like I said, if I was like any type of like celebrity where I was like just any type of light, I would wear his stuff. I would wear his stuff because I wanted to get showcased. And I know that's one of like the hardest things to, in a sense, do when you got, like a brand and everything out there and you really want, people to happen to see it. But you got folks out there that will, highlight, other brands and whatnot or whatever. So, like I said, it's a work in progress. But like I said, it's going to be a point in time where his brand is just going to severely, just like, it's going to blow up. It is going to blow up, like I said. The quality in the stuff that he does is insane. Oh, also, I just want to note to a lot of people too. He also has classes. I'm not sure if maybe he still has them now, but during the pandemic, he had classes of which that he teaches kids about like sewing, how to make clothing, and different stuff like that too. So, like I said, he does a lot of things. He does a lot of things. He also got some glow in the dark shoes. Man, I mean, that's not the first time that he had them, but man, I'm missing out. Been missing out on a lot of stuff. Like I said, I feel like he has a lot of stuff up there for a lot of people. Pisces Hayes said, "Is it only men's shoes?" No, no, no. He got women's shoes up there too. Sire collection, yeah, he got women's shoes up there too. I think he got women and kids shoes up there. As a matter of fact, you know. Like I said, I already see a pair of shoes that I want. I already see a pair of shoes that I want. I'm trying to let me see if let me just bookmark that. Let me put it there in the bookmarks and let me try to go back. Yeah, because they got Saya her and then they have kids and then Saya in advance. Wait, what's Saya in advance? Saya in advance important reservation policy. Saya in advance reservation are for final sales, $50 non-refundable digital reservation fee. Design sections are locked in at the checkout and no changes are permitted. Production typically takes about 60 to 90 days. It may not begin on the date of purchase due to right, okay, yeah. So you got the stipulations and whatnot so that people know. Yeah, like he got the jackets and stuff up there. That New York jacket is dope. So yeah, he got a Knicks jacket up there. That jacket is dope. That is dope. Let's see. Yeah, it's only like a few items up there in advanced part. The kids, let me see what he got up here. He got the kids' shoes up there. But like I said, can't nobody sit up there and say it's not affordable. Hey, you got a lot of affordable stuff directly up there. You even got it for like the little babies. You got stuff up there ranging from 24 all the way up to like 50, 50 plus, dollars. Let me see what's the price range. I mean, I guess people can happen to go through the price. Let me see price high to low. Let me see what's the highest that he got for the kids' shoes. Yeah, the highest that I see for the kids' shoes, like the baby shoes, is about like $70. You know, and for babies, I'm like that's highly affordable. You know, and then you got everything from tops to bottoms and everything of the sort. Like I said, you got some dope stuff up here. I gotta really catch up. I'm seeing a lot of stuff. Yo, I like that jean hoodie, brother. I'm gonna. Yo, it's crazy that I came back here. It's like, yeah, I'm seeing stuff that I'm probably going to get because I'm trying to put together some stuff directly in my head of what I'm wearing too. And like I said, for me, it's like I'm not even worried in a sense about the price like that because I know exactly who it's going to. And again, this is somebody I followed for quite a bit, watched the lives and got to see a little bit of the process and and everything of the sort. So, you know, dope stuff. Dope stuff, dope stuff. Tippy was like, show the bloodline shoes. I would now have to go back, Tippy. You're killing me out here. You're killing me. Let me see. Was it that? Let me see. All right, let me put those up there. It's only like one of the shoes, but like I said, this is stuff that I would sit up and wear. I like wearing stuff that's different anyway. Versus the standard issue, type of stuff that you see people in. So the bloodline shoes. This is the bloodline shoes. So that's basically what it looks like for me. That'd be something that I automatically get. Like I said, as soon as I get my little ducats, that will be what I will order. And when I happen to get that, I will do a unboxing, directly. Matter of fact, I'll try. What I'll do is I'll put together an order of some stuff that I want to get, and then once everything basically gets there, I will then do an unboxing. Like I said, I'm not sure when everything is going to specifically, get there, but I will do an unboxing. Also, they do have women's heels as well too, because I just actually spotted that. Okay, so he got the gift card directly up there. I would like where's the membership card? Yo, those are the first type of like women's heels that actually got grips. I ain't never seen that. I would have to really get some measurements done so I can make sure to get the proper size when it deals with the pants. Because I would not want to mess up. Let me tell you. But yeah, they got a lot of stuff for both men, women, and kids and everything of the sort. They even got some sunglasses as well. So I'm not sure if I can actually do the sunglasses because I have prescriptions. So that might not work directly for me. But like I said, they got a lot of stuff for people. A lot of different stuff. Like I said, highly creative. Like I said, I'm looking at the leather track pants. That reminds me of more of like the '90s, type of deal. Which though I really like the denim hoodie though. I'll probably get the dark blue. I'll probably get that dark blue denim hoodie though. I'll tell you that. But yeah, I'm going in that love not war shirt. Yeah, I'll probably get that too. Like I said, I have to save some ducats. I have to save some ducats. That'll be my first time ever having, some really expensive, type of clothes and whatnot. First time, first time. What was it? Hay said I like boxing shoes. And you say you like the heels as well too. Yep. Sergeant says side collection got a whole Knicks camouflage shorts with the matching shoes. Yeah, like yo, I'm telling you, go through the other thing too. Go to let me see it. Let me see if I can find if the TikTok is still directly up there. Let me see. Let me see. Where's the link at again? Okay, there. That's the site. That's the landing page, right? First to know, right? So let me go back. I think the site should have the. Does it have the TikTok up here? Nope. Let me see. I cannot. Oh, yeah, they also got the loyalty page as well too. Sign in for exclusives, right? Let me see if I can find the TikTok real quick because I know he does have a TikTok. So copy, paste. I gotta try to mess up. There we go. All right, do side collective. Yep, there we go. So type in side collective, and the TikTok should show directly up. Oh wait, let me see. What is that? He technically got like a purple version of he got like a semi, it's almost like a, well, if anybody's in the Dragon Ball Z, it's like a sort of a Cell and a Kid Buu type of like fusion with the other boxing shoes that he got directly up there, which look pretty dope. Yeah, so he does. He still got the pictures, I think, and the videos of like the theme shoes. Yeah, a lot of these. He also got the water resistant shoes as well too. I'm not sure if he still got those up. That's the set. Okay, so if you go to his TikTok, he has. Wait, let me. I'm gonna have to just cap this video real quick because this was one of the sets. I gotta show y'all this real quick. This was like one of like the sets that I loved so much that I really wanted to get during the time, and I just wasn't able to get it. I was not able to get it. Like this set is dope. I like I love like some 80s, 90s, type of stuff. So let me take down some of these videos here. All right, so let me put this directly up there to y'all. So this is the brother that's the creative behind like the whole brand and whatnot. My glee. So I gotta mute that, right? So you see how the whole set is basically white. You got like a little bit of yellow, right? I think the shoes also do it as well too, right? So as soon as he starts walking directly into the light, that's how the set actually is. Right? So the shoes, both the shoes, I think the socks are reflective, but the whole set changes colors directly in the light. So he started off from this, right, indoors, and went out like this. Like I said, that was the whole set. Like, look at that. Look at the shoes. The shoes, again, everything is white and yellow. And as soon as he started moving towards the light, automatic, like I said, that's dope. Yo, that is dope. Like I said before. Like I said, check out his TikTok. Like I said, check out the TikTok. You're going to see a lot of stuff that's not on the website. Like I said, some of the stuff is seasonal, so he'll have pop-ups and and different stuff like that, and in different areas. He also showed up. I think I might have showcased the video at one point in time during the point where he showed up on the Breakfast Club as well too, which, like I said, that's dope. Very, very dope. Very, very dope. Like I said, I want that membership card. I don't even know if you can still get that anymore. Yeah, that was back in like 2022. Oh, yo, the other thing too. Hold on. See, now I got to get another video. Hold on. Give me a second. These are dope. Like I said, if I could just walk out the house with like a whole set, I might look crazy. But like I said, give me a nice a type of jacket and give me like some track pants. I might not even need the shoes to look like that, but give me a nice. I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about real quick. I ain't even, like I said, I ain't even trying to keep y'all here this long. This is what happens when I start getting distracted, by some dope clothes. Like, yo, I'm telling you, it's a lot of like, yo, stuff is clean. All right, so let me post this video real quick, right?
The hardest shorts of the summer.
Right? Those right there. That's dope. And yo, the shoes. Like I said, so right. So that's how they look in the dark, right? Glow in the dark. And then you come out, you got the whole reflective type. Yo, that's come on. Come on. Like you can basically wear that two different ways. So you can basically go to like the club or whatnot or whatever. It's going to appear one way in the dark. But then as soon as you go out and a light start hitting it, you get a whole nother look. Come on now. Come on. Like, yo, and like I said, this is it's dope, man. It's dope, like I said. Sorry to say you can sport those around a swimming pool. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Like I said, like that, like, yo, man, like I said, I wish it wasn't seasonal. Yo, I wish so much that a lot of the stuff wasn't seasonal. I think this is back from 2002. So I'm not sure when these might come back out, but like I said, look through some of the videos that he got on TikTok. You'll see a lot of the other collections of shoes and clothes that he's made as well too. Like I said, beautiful stuff. Hard work and dedication. Like I said, work is cold. Let me say, like I said, I would love to see more of this within, like the Black community, being able to, see that. And also he does have a video where he has shoes that, all right, let me pull another video real quick. Right when I sat up there and said, I'm not going to do this again. I keep saying I'm not going to sit up there and do it. And then I keep seeing stuff that I wanted to get way back when. And yeah. Like I said, let me get this video real quick. Like I said, this is what it's like when you have, people that make, very dope stuff. And like I said, you want to see folks winning out here. So let me highlight that real quick. It might blur. Yeah. So these are the shoes that he's showing off. Again, a lot. Oh, let me just freeze it real quick. So a lot of the shoes that you see directly up there, again, you see the other shoes up there that the reflectives up there, along with all of the other different make and models that he's created so far, right? So he got these camo shoes that again activate directly by sunlight, heat, or whatnot. So you see him with the heat gun. The shoes are basically a black and gray, and then as soon as the heat basically touches it, you see the camo get revealed. Like I said, man, come on, like I ain't never seen I ain't never seen a pair of J's like this. I don't see no Nikes, no nothing. Ain't nobody, like I said, the stuff that he's doing, a lot of these other companies, they're not doing it. They're not doing it. And that's the other thing that I love about, people being independent and doing, their own thing. They get the freedom to be creative, right? They're not bogged down by all of this other type of stuff that they, need to do in order to hit or to sell these numbers. You could just create and just put stuff directly out there. Like I said, it's dope. Wait, let me see what else. It was something else that I was talking about as well too. I think it was what was it? What was it? Spring break. I almost wanted to like mention like another what's the name as well too. I actually got to close down these what's the names. I do not want this to lock up on me. What was it? What was it? It wasn't in controls. I think I go to can't even talk right. I think I go to history. And yeah, I gotta go back to history and try to see something real quick. Oh yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, somebody just popped up online. I'm trying to find the jacket that I was mentioning. Let me see. No, I can't find it. Let me see. Oh wait, was it? No, 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 no. Let me see. Click for more. Nope. That's not the jacket I was looking for. Athletic wear, sports. Okay, jacket. It's not going to what? Let me see. Maybe it's in menswear. Nope. It's not that. Yeah, was it a? Yeah, I'm trying to find the jacket that I was talking about earlier. I'm trying to go to it because Sarge was like, "Yo, show off the other site." I'm trying to get the jacket I was that I was looking directly at, but I don't think that I can actually find it, and I cannot. And it was a black and white winter jacket. Hold on, let me see something real quick. I think maybe it might have been on the IG page. Why is it not clicking to the IG page? Maybe it might be on my computer. All right. So let me just copy. Let me just do a copy and paste real quick. Type that directly in. All right. Maybe it might be on the IG. I think that might have been what happened. I think maybe it was on the IG where I saw the winter jacket. Let me see. I hope it is. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's what it was. It was the IG. Can't see the full jacket. But like I said, I do like winter stuff. Wish I actually could have seen a full jacket, but I can't. But this is what Sarge was talking about the GHSL wear. Let me see if I can put the picture for the winter jacket directly up that I was talking. Go to desktop real quick and post that right there. Yeah, so this is the other clothing brand directly up there. It's called GHL. I'm sorry, GHSL wear. So if you happen to type that directly in, you can happen to spot it. I'm guessing the jacket and whatnot might be seasonal, so that's why I potentially can't see it directly on the site. But yeah, like I said, the black and white jacket is actually pretty dope. I like it. I do like that. I do like that. But yes, but yeah, like I was sitting up there telling y'all before, I was not trying to, you know, do a what's the name? I was trying to sit up there and keep y'all here that long because now we're actually going like 4 minutes and and 11 seconds. So like I said before, a lot of the stuff that I showed off might not be able to get it at the moment from Saya, but let me tell you. But let me tell you the red and black, I will be getting those. That's going to be happening 1,000% because I've been waiting like a lifetime to sit up there and buy some. I missed out on the membership card. I think that should have been during the time like 2 to 3, 100 during the time. So I just sit up there and get it where I can get it, so that I can just so happen to get these. like I said before, if he had these in like in another color, like if it was like a red and black, black and red, or white and black or something like that. Matter of fact, I might have to sit up there. No, I think it might be only one color though. Matter of fact, he does. I think it looked like he got like some reflective what's the names as well too. Let me see something real quick. Trying to go directly through, trying to scroll through. I don't even really wear shorts like that, but the lightning shorts is dope though. Man, you don't got them bad boys in different colors. Bless him. Let me tell you, I would have had 2 sets. So I would have had 2. I would have had 2 of them, dog. Let me tell you, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Yo, let me tell you. Okay, you said it's the GHL, it's the winter wear? Okay. So I gotta go back and check them. I got you. You said appreciate that. You said you still 50 plus strong. What you talking about? Oh, you talking about the views? Oh yeah. Yeah, we like I said, it goes down like after, we get past the topic and whatnot. So, D Love said thanks for sharing. No problem. Sorry to say appreciate for the share. Hey, no problem. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Black Panther said GHSL wear has clothing for all seasons and occasions. All right. Donna Foss said, I hope we can get it because it is sold out. I mean, yeah, that usually when it's independent brands, it's things be sold out. So it's first come, first serve. So, you just gotta either catch the wave or hopefully they'll restock, have some different stuff. Cause trust me, I know there's a lot of stuff that I've missed out on. Because I just wasn't there at the moment. So, it'd be like that. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out, much love, respect, and Lord. That's how I know I'm hungry right now. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all folks who pulled directly up and donated directly to the channel by way of Cash App, by way of Super Chat. Shout out to all of my members. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I know we had a DSB1. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sorry I didn't get to you. Directly on time. Tunnel vision. Tunnel vision be happening. I promise. Tunnel vision be happening. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation. Appreciate you guys a lot. Much love, respect to all of my moderators for being here. Every time anytime a live stream pops up, or even in the videos under the comment section, doing the Lord's work. Shout out to anybody who's a part of the Patreon as well. And shout out also to any new subscribers. I think we got about like 698 new subscribers. Much love, respect, and appreciation to all of those folks who saw some type of value within the content that is on this channel and decided to subscribe. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm just trying to go back real quick and catch up on the other end, just in case anybody had put anything into the chat. Let me see. Go to the last part. What was it? So we got Tippy and we got Squeaky sent a high five. I don't think I was able to call out Squeaky. So shout out to Squeaky for the 100 jewels as well. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I love y'all for everything that y'all do and happy that y'all enjoy the content. So I will let you guys have at it at this 3:11 p.m. So, go get your feng shui directly in order, order some food, Uber Eats, DoorDash, some stuff, or, cook or grill at home, whatnot, whatever, catch up on some movies and, and different things of the sort. And I will catch you guys in the next video and live stream. Was it D Love said I'm gonna have to listen to the replay. I was late. Thank you. Oh, no problem. It's all good. Sarge said what does it mean? It means political man. That was a name that my friends gave me back in high school. So, back during the time that I was, taking, Japanese, that's, I was sitting up there trying to just put together some stuff and and everything of the sort, because I was always talking about politics. I loved government, so I was always in government and politics and whatnot in school. So this is from that we got this today. Like I said, I never thought in a million years that this is what I would be doing, especially looking back then when I was, when I first came up with this name. But here we are, and the name fits, and that's the name that basically worked, and that I've had, for so long. So Black Panther said, "Amazing how the numbers drop when promoting Black business." Yeah, it'd be like that. Be like that. Sergeant said, "Order some clothes." Bars. That's bars. D Love said, "I'm fixing some fried rice at home." I got you. I got you. Tippy said, "Peace and love and soul." Sergeant said, "Alrighty then." Pulled out the Jim Carrey. Sergeant said, "Thanks for the breakdown. No problem, no problem." Donna Frost said, "Gentle love." Sergeant said, "And I am an Army vet." Much love, respect, and appreciation. You know, uh, this man D Money was like the SEIJIHITO Lord. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, it'd be like that. Like I said, it might be a little bit more to the story. There was probably like a variety of names that I went directly through. I would have to, take my time and think through those real quick. But yeah, I got y'all. Check y'all on the flip side, and we'll have a video. I say about like 3:30. Have a video directly up there for y'all. Pretty much getting right back to the topic as normal. So peace, love, and stay tuned for the next live stream and or video. Peace out.